Howdy, partners, and welcome to tonight's tale from the untamed frontiers of the American West. As the evening sun sets over distant mountains, we invite you to lay down your weary head and drift into the mysterious world of Red Dead Redemption. Each night, we'll share different tales from these wild lands, where outlaws and legends still roam free. And when our story ends, the gentle sounds of the frontier, crackling campfires, distant coyotes, rustling prairie grass, and the soft whisper of the wind will carry you into peaceful dreams beneath the star-filled western sky, with no advertisements to disturb your slumber. Now, saddle up, partner, and let's mosey on down to tonight's tale. The last embers of daylight faded behind the distant mountains as Thomas Blackwood guided his horse along the winding trail. The path snaked through shadowed valleys and rolling hills, leading him ever closer to Lonesome Ridge. At 36, Thomas had spent nearly 2 decades on the frontier, drifting from one territory to another, never quite finding a place to call home. His weathered face, framed by a neatly trimmed beard peppered with early grey, told the story of a man who had seen much of what the wild country had to offer. The creases around his eyes spoke of squinting against harsh sun and driving rain, while his hands, strong and calloused, bore the marks of a life lived by their skill. His horse, a sturdy chestnut mare he called Penny, had been his faithful companion for the past 5 years. She moved with sure-footed confidence even as the trail narrowed and began its gradual ascent toward the ridge. Thomas patted her neck appreciatively, feeling the warmth of her beneath his palm as the evening air grew cooler with the coming night. "Not much further, girl," he murmured, his voice low and gentle in the gathering darkness. "We'll make camp soon." The tales of Lonesome Ridge had reached Thomas 3 days earlier in the small settlement of Willow Creek. He had stopped there briefly to resupply and perhaps find temporary work, as was his custom when funds ran low. The general store had been quiet, just the proprietor and an elderly man seated near the pot-bellied stove, warming arthritic hands despite the mild spring weather. "In North?" the old man had asked, studying Thomas with roomy but perceptive eyes as he purchased coffee, bacon, and ammunition. "That's the plan," Thomas had replied, counting out coins on the worn counter. "Thought I might try my luck in the high country for a spell." The old man had nodded slowly, exchanging a glance with the store owner that carried unnamed significance. "You'll be passing near Lonesome Ridge then. Best make your camp elsewhere when night falls." Something in the man's tone, not fear exactly, but a solemn respect, had caught Thomas's attention more effectively than any dramatic warning might have. He had paused in his counting, raising an eyebrow in silent question. "There's a phantom haunts that ridge," the old man had continued, lowering his voice though they were alone in the store. "Been there longer than living memory, appears when the moon is full, singing a song so beautiful and sorrowful it can break a man's heart to hear it." The store owner had made a soft sound, half scoff and half acknowledgement. "My father spoke of it. Said his grandfather had seen the figure once, standing among the stunted pines at the ridge's highest point." Thomas had listened with polite interest, neither dismissing their words nor showing undue concern. He had encountered many such local legends in his travels, some born of natural phenomena misunderstood, others serving as warnings to keep strangers away from hunting grounds or hidden resources, and occasionally, very occasionally, containing kernels of truth that defied easy explanation. "The full moon's tomorrow night," the old man had added, eyes fixed on Thomas with unexpected intensity. "If you find yourself near the ridge then, you'll hear it sure as I'm sitting here, that mournful song, drifting down from above, calling to something deep in a man's soul. "I'll bear that in mind," Thomas had replied with a respectful nod, gathering his purchases. "Any other local peculiarities a traveler should know about?" The old man had leaned back in his chair, seemingly satisfied that his warning had been properly received. "Nothing so remarkable as the phantom, though the hunting's good in the valley beyond the ridge, if that's your aim." Thomas had thanked him for the information, completing his transaction with the store owner before stepping back into the settlement's dusty main street. He hadn't given much thought to the phantom story at first, filing it away with countless similar tales he'd encountered across the territories. Yet as he traveled northward through the following days, he found the old man's words returning to him with increasing frequency, awakening a curiosity that surprised him with its persistence. Now, as darkness settled fully around him and the first stars appeared in the deepening blue of the eastern sky, Thomas found himself unusually aware of the date. The old man had been right. Tomorrow would bring the full moon. He had not intentionally timed his journey to coincide with this lunar phase, yet here he was, approaching Lonesome Ridge on the very night the phantom was said to appear. The trail widened slightly as it curved around a massive boulder, revealing a small plateau that offered a promising campsite. A cluster of juniper trees provided natural shelter, and a nearby spring gurgled softly, offering fresh water for both him and Penny. To the north, perhaps a mile distant, rose the darker silhouette of Lonesome Ridge itself, its jagged outline visible against the star-filled sky. Thomas dismounted with the fluid grace of a lifetime spent in the saddle, stretching briefly to ease muscles stiffened by the day's ride. He moved through the familiar routine of making camp with practiced efficiency, unsaddling Penny and rubbing her down, gathering wood for a small fire, spreading his bedroll in the shelter of the junipers. The ordinary tasks anchored him in the present moment, pushing thoughts of phantoms and mournful songs to the periphery of his consciousness. Yet, as he settled beside his modest fire, coffee brewing in the battered pot at its edge, Thomas found his gaze repeatedly drawn to the ridge looming in the distance. Something about its stark silhouette against the night sky stirred an unexpected response within him. Not fear or apprehension, but a curious melancholy that seemed to emanate from the landscape itself rather than from any internal source. "Foolishness," he murmured to himself, pouring the steaming coffee into his tin cup. "Listen to yourself, getting fanciful over an old man's tale." But as he sipped the strong, bitter brew and watched the flames dance before him, Thomas couldn't entirely dismiss the sensation. There was something about this place, something in the very air that suggested depths beyond the physical landscape. Histories embedded in stone and soil, memories preserved in the ancient trees that clung tenaciously to the ridge's harsh terrain. From his saddlebags, Thomas retrieved a worn volume of poetry, one of the few personal possessions he carried that served no practical purpose beyond the comfort it provided. The book had been a gift from the school teacher who had recognized something in the quiet, observant boy that his rough-handed father had missed. She had pressed it into his hands on his 15th birthday, just months before he left home for good, telling him that beauty could be found in unexpected places if one had eyes to see it. The pages fell open to a familiar section, verses about longing and loss that had always resonated with him for reasons he preferred not to examine too closely. In the flickering firelight, he read softly, the words merging with the night sounds around him, the crackling flames, the distant call of a coyote, the soft nickering of Penny as she settled nearby. Poetry and wilderness, seemingly disparate elements, yet somehow perfectly complementary in this moment of solitude beneath the vast star-filled sky. Sleep came slowly that night, despite his physical fatigue from the day's journey. Thomas lay gazing at stars visible through gaps in the juniper branches, listening to the night sounds around him, the soft nickering of Penny as she grazed nearby, the rustle of small nocturnal creatures moving through underbrush, the distant call of a coyote answered by its pack. Ordinary sounds, familiar and ultimately reassuring. Eventually they lulled him into uneasy slumber, his hand never straying far from the revolver beside his bedroll. He dreamed of music, a melody so hauntingly beautiful it seemed to pierce directly to his soul, bypassing conscious thought to touch something deeper, more fundamental. A woman's voice, clear and sweet yet tinged with unspeakable sorrow, singing words he could almost but not quite understand. In the dream, Thomas found himself walking toward the source of the song, drawn inexorably upward along a moonlit path that wound toward the highest point of Lonesome Ridge. As he climbed, the landscape around him shifted subtly, rocks and trees acquiring the indistinct quality particular to dreams, while the trail beneath his feet remained peculiarly solid and real. The voice grew stronger as he ascended, the words gradually resolving into a language he recognized as Spanish, though many phrases remained beyond his comprehension. The emotion required no translation, longing so profound it transcended ordinary experience, sorrow so pure it approached something like exaltation. Near the summit, Thomas paused as the singer came into view. A woman standing at the ridge's highest point, her figure outlined against the moon-bright sky. She wore a dress of another era, its full skirt moving gently in a breeze he couldn't feel. Her face remained in shadow, impossible to discern clearly, yet he had the impression of extraordinary beauty shaped by extraordinary grief. She held something in her hands, a small object that caught moonlight and reflected it back as a tiny beacon. As Thomas moved closer, the singing stopped. The woman turned toward him, her face suddenly, startlingly visible, eyes dark as midnight fixed on his, communicating across the remaining distance between them with an intensity that transcended words. Her lips parted as if to speak, and Thomas awoke with a gasp, heart pounding against his ribs. Dawn had barely begun to lighten the eastern sky, the world around him still wrapped in the hushed grey that precedes true sunrise. He sat up, running a hand over his face as the dream's vivid images began to fade, leaving behind only emotional residue, that curious mixture of beauty and profound sadness that had characterized the Phantom's legendary song. "Just a dream," he murmured, though the experience had carried a quality of reality that left him shaken. He could still almost hear the melody, could almost see the woman's face turning toward him in that final moment before waking. Something about her had seemed familiar, though he was certain he had never met anyone like the figure in his dream. The morning proceeded with mundane normalcy. Coffee made, breakfast of hardtack and jerky consumed without particular enjoyment but with practical efficiency. Camp broken down and packed away. Thomas had planned to continue northward, perhaps crossing Lonesome Ridge before midday to reach the valley beyond. Yet as he prepared to depart, he found himself hesitating, gaze drawn repeatedly to the ridge, now clearly visible in morning light. In daylight, Lonesome Ridge appeared less mysterious, its features exposed to casual examination, a high plateau of weathered granite dotted with stunted pines that had somehow found purchase in the thin, rocky soil. Shadows pooled in crevices and depressions, creating patterns of light and dark across its rugged face. It looked ancient, certainly, bearing the marks of countless seasons of wind, rain, and snow, but fundamentally ordinary, just another geological formation in a land filled with dramatic landscapes. Despite this rational assessment, Thomas found himself adjusting his plans. "What do you think, Penny?" he asked as he tightened the cinch on his saddle. "Should we spend another day in these parts?" The mare snorted softly, shaking her head in a manner that Thomas chose to interpret as agreement. With a small self-deprecating smile at his own susceptibility to suggestion, he mounted and turned Penny not northward as originally intended, but eastward, planning a circuit that would bring him back to this same area by nightfall. He told himself it was simple curiosity, a desire to investigate the source of a local legend, nothing more profound than that. The day passed pleasantly as Thomas explored the surrounding territory. He followed the course of a clear, swift-flowing creek that eventually wound its way around the eastern base of Lonesome Ridge. He spotted deer drinking cautiously at the water's edge, a beaver industriously working on its dam, and once, thrillingly, a black bear fishing in a deeper pool, completely unaware of his distant observation. The land here was beautiful, relatively untouched by human settlement compared to areas further south and east. Around midday, Thomas came upon the remains of what appeared to be an old homestead, stone foundations still visible beneath encroaching vegetation, a collapsed chimney marking where a family had once made their attempt at carving civilization from wilderness. He dismounted, leading Penny as he explored the modest ruins, wondering what stories they might tell if stones could speak. Had the phantom's tale been known to these long-departed settlers? Had they heard the mournful singing drifting down from the ridge on full moon nights? Perhaps they had been the very source of the legend, their experiences transmitted through generations of local memory until they attained the status of folklore. As he stood amid the crumbling remnants of human aspiration, Thomas found himself unusually reflective. His own life had been characterized by movement, by the deliberate avoidance of attachment to people or places. Yet something about this territory, about Lonesome Ridge rising in the near distance, stirred a response he hadn't anticipated, a sense of connection that went beyond the appreciation of natural beauty he typically experienced in his solitary travels. "Getting soft in your middling years," he told himself with wry humor, mounting Penny to continue their circuit of the surrounding area. Yet the feeling persisted as the afternoon lengthened, shadows gradually extending eastward as the sun began its descent toward the western horizon. As afternoon yielded to early evening, Thomas found himself approaching Lonesome Ridge from the east, having completed a wide circle during his day's exploration. The decision to make camp in the same location as the previous night was practical. The juniper grove offered good shelter, the spring provided water, and he was already familiar with the terrain. That his campsite also offered a clear view of the ridge where the phantom supposedly appeared was, he told himself, incidental. Yet as he established his camp with the same methodical care as before, Thomas couldn't deny a growing anticipation as he watched the sky gradually darken and the first stars appear. The full moon would rise soon, and with it, perhaps, the mysterious figure that had haunted local legends for generations. "Just natural curiosity," he remarked to Penny as he brushed her down. "Any reasonable man would want to see for himself." The mare snuffled against his shoulder, seeming unconvinced by his rationalization, but accepting of his decision nonetheless. Thomas smiled, patting her neck affectionately before turning his attention to gathering more wood than the previous night. Something told him he might be awake longer this evening, keeping vigil as the moon traversed the night sky. As twilight deepened toward true night, Thomas prepared a more substantial meal than his usual trail fare. From his supplies, he took a small portion of bacon, slicing it into a battered skillet that had accompanied him across thousands of miles. To this, he added the last of the potatoes he had purchased in Willow Creek, diced small to cook quickly. and half an onion that had survived the journey remarkably well. The simple meal filled the clearing with mouth-watering aroma, providing temporary distraction from his growing anticipation of moonrise. Darkness deepened as Thomas settled beside his fire, nursing a cup of coffee laced with a small measure of whiskey from the flask he carried for medicinal purposes. The night was peaceful, wrapped in the subtle symphony of natural sounds that characterized wilderness evenings. Crickets beginning their nightly chorus, the soft rustle of wind through juniper branches, the distant burble of the spring overflowing its stone basin. He found himself gradually relaxing, the tension he hadn't fully acknowledged seeping away as ordinary night surrounded him with its familiar presence. From his saddlebag, Thomas retrieved the volume of poetry again, finding comfort in the familiar verses as he waited. The book fell open to a section he had read many times, a long narrative poem about a lover who searches for his deceased beloved across various realms of existence. The tale had always moved him, not for its supernatural elements, which he regarded with healthy skepticism, but for the devotion it portrayed, a love so profound it refused to accept even death as an ending. Then the moon rose, clearing the eastern mountains to flood the landscape with silvery illumination. Full and luminous, it transformed Lonesome Ridge from a dark silhouette to a detailed panorama of light and shadow. The stunted pines stood like sentinels along its upper reaches, their twisted forms clearly visible despite the distance. Moonlight gleamed on exposed granite, revealing the striations and weather-carved patterns that gave the ridge its distinctive character. Thomas watched, mesmerized by the transformation and the subtle beauty it revealed. For nearly an hour, nothing disrupted the tranquil scene. The moon continued its stately progress across the star-filled sky, and Lonesome Ridge remained simply what it appeared in daylight, an impressive geological formation, beautiful in its rugged way, but fundamentally ordinary. Just as Thomas began to consider retiring to his bedroll, a whisper of sound reached him, so faint he might have imagined it, had he not been sitting in perfect stillness. He straightened, setting aside his empty cup to listen with greater concentration. For several heartbeats, he heard nothing beyond the usual night sounds. Then it came again, clearer this time. A voice, distant but crystal clear in the night air, began to sing. The melody drifted down from the ridge's highest point, hauntingly beautiful and suffused with emotion so raw and profound it caught in Thomas's throat like a physical thing. The language was unfamiliar, perhaps Spanish, though unlike any dialect he had encountered in his travels through the borderlands. Yet despite the foreign words, the sentiment required no translation. This was a song of heartbreak, of loss so devastating it transcended ordinary grief to become something eternal. Thomas rose slowly to his feet, gaze fixed on the ridge where a figure had appeared, silhouetted against the moonlit sky. Even at this distance he could discern it was a woman, her dress or perhaps a cloak moving gently in a breeze he couldn't feel in the sheltered grove. She stood perfectly still, apart from this subtle movement, her voice rising and falling in that achingly beautiful lament that seemed to fill the entire valley with its sorrow. With a jolt that nearly staggered him, Thomas realized this was no mere local legend brought to life before him. This was the woman from his dream, her posture and silhouette unmistakably the same. The song, too, matched what he had heard in sleep, though now it reached him with greater clarity, each crystalline note perfect despite the distance it traveled. For how long Thomas stood transfixed, he couldn't afterward say. The song wound its way through verses and chorus, each phrase building upon the last to create a narrative he felt rather than understood. He found himself unexpectedly moved, his eyes growing damp as the melody touched something deep within him. Memories of his own losses, perhaps, or simply empathy for the profound grief expressed in those haunting tones. Then, as the final notes faded into the night, the figure raised one arm in what might have been a gesture of farewell or benediction. A moment later, she simply vanished. One instant she was clearly visible on the ridge's highest point. The next, only empty air remained where she had stood. Thomas exhaled slowly, becoming aware he had been holding his breath. He sank back down beside his fire, which had burned low during his trance-like observation of the mysterious singer. The rational part of his mind immediately began suggesting explanations. A trick of moonlight and shadow, perhaps, combined with sound carrying unusually well in the night air. Some local woman who periodically visited the ridge to sing, unaware her private ritual had spawned generations of legend. Yet these explanations felt hollow against what he had witnessed. The woman's sudden disappearance, the otherworldly quality of her voice, the emotion that had reached across the distance to touch him so powerfully. These suggested something beyond ordinary explanation. For perhaps the first time in his adult life, Thomas found himself considering the possibility that some stories contained more truth than fiction, that some experiences defied rational understanding. Most disturbing of all was the connection to his dream of the previous night. He had heard the phantom's song in sleep before hearing it in waking life, had seen the figure atop the ridge before moonrise had actually revealed her. The implications unsettled him deeply, suggesting either remarkable coincidence or something more inexplicable. A connection across boundaries he had always considered absolute. From the darkness beyond the firelight, Penny nickered softly, as if sensing his disquiet. Thomas stirred himself, adding wood to the dying flames, more from desire for the comfort of ordinary action than from actual need. The simple task helped ground him, diminishing slightly the sense of having stepped beyond familiar reality into something less defined, less predictable. Sleep eluded him that night, his thoughts circling repeatedly back to the figure on the ridge and her heart-rending song. As he lay gazing at stars visible through juniper branches, Thomas made a decision that surprised even himself. Tomorrow, instead of continuing his journey northward as planned, he would climb Lonesome Ridge. He would stand where the phantom had stood, perhaps find some clue to her identity or the story behind her mournful vigil. A simple curiosity, he murmured to himself as dawn finally lightened the eastern sky. Nothing more than that. Yet deep within, Thomas recognized the inadequacy of this explanation. Something about the phantom's song had awakened a response in him that transcended ordinary interest. A pull that felt almost like recognition, though he was certain he had never heard that melody before last night. Whatever drew him toward Lonesome Ridge went deeper than mere curiosity about a local legend. Morning brought practical challenges that temporarily pushed metaphysical questions to the background. The climb would be demanding, requiring preparation if he meant to reach the ridge's highest point and return before nightfall. Thomas spent the early hours organizing his gear, filling his canteen at the spring, and calculating the best route up the rugged terrain, based on what he could observe from below. "Stay here and rest, girl," he told Penny as he secured her with a long lead that would allow grazing while preventing wandering. "I'll be back before dark." The mare nickered softly, seeming to accept this plan without particular concern. Thomas checked his revolver from habit, though he anticipated no danger beyond the ordinary hazards of rough terrain. With a final reassuring pat for Penny, he set off toward the base of Lonesome Ridge, following the creek that wound around its eastern flank. As he walked, Thomas found himself recalling fragments of the phantom's song, the melody persisting in his memory with unusual clarity. He hummed softly as he navigated the increasingly rough terrain, the haunting tune somehow appropriate to the stark beauty of the landscape around him. There was melancholy in the music, certainly, yet also a curious kind of peace, acceptance of sorrow rather than resistance to it, recognition of loss as the inevitable counterpart to love. The approach proved easier than anticipated, a game trail providing relatively clear passage through the scrub that surrounded the ridge's lower slopes. Thomas moved at a steady pace, pausing occasionally to survey his progress and adjust his route. The morning remained pleasantly cool, though he knew the exposure of the higher elevations would bring greater temperature extremes as the day progressed. As he gained elevation, the vegetation changed subtly, fewer flowering plants, more drought-resistant shrubs clinging tenaciously to rocky soil. The stunted pines became more prevalent, their twisted forms testifying to lives spent resisting harsh winds and minimal nourishment. Thomas admired their resilience, these survivors that had adapted to conditions that would defeat less determined life forms. An hour into his climb, Thomas paused, turning to look back the way he had come. His campsite was visible as a tiny clearing amid the juniper grove, Penny a small dark shape grazing peacefully nearby. Beyond, the territory stretched toward the distant horizon, rolling hills alternating with flatter expanses, all colored in the muted greens and browns of early summer in this arid region. The vista reminded him why he had chosen this life of solitary wandering. Moments like this, standing between earth and sky, witnessing beauty few human eyes would ever see. Continuing upward, Thomas encountered sections where the climb became more challenging, requiring careful navigation of loose scree and occasional scrambling over rock faces that offered limited handholds. His progress slowed, each yard gained demanding greater exertion than those below. Yet he persisted, driven by that peculiar compulsion that had awakened with the phantom's song. A need to understand, to witness firsthand whatever secrets Lonesome Ridge might hold. Midday found him 2/3 of the way up the ridge's eastern face, pausing in the shade of an overhanging rock to rest and consume a sparse meal of jerky and hardtack, washed down with water from his canteen. From this vantage point, he could see for miles across the surrounding territory, rolling hills to the east, the distant smudge of mountains to the north, and far below, the tiny dark shape of Penny grazing peacefully near their campsite. The solitude was profound, yet somehow not lonely. Thomas had spent much of his adult life in similar isolation, finding comfort in the quiet companionship of nature rather than the often complicated interactions of human society. Here on the ridge, with only the whisper of wind and occasional call of a soaring hawk for company, he felt a peculiar sense of rightness, as if this journey, this moment, had been somehow inevitable. Rested and refreshed, Thomas continued his ascent. The afternoon sun beat down with increasing intensity, the higher elevation offering little shelter from its direct rays. He conserved his remaining water carefully, aware that underestimating the body's needs in such conditions could prove dangerous. Sweat soaked his shirt, drying quickly in the arid air, only to be replaced by fresh moisture as the exertion continued. The final ascent proved more challenging, the terrain growing increasingly rugged as he approached the ridge's upper reaches. In places, Thomas was forced to find handholds in the weathered granite, pulling himself up short cliff faces that offered no gentler alternative. His hands, already calloused from years of riding and rope work, acquired fresh abrasions despite his care, and his breathing grew labored in the thinner air of the higher elevation. Late afternoon sun cast long shadows across the ridge when Thomas finally reached what appeared to be its highest point, a relatively flat area perhaps 20 yards across dotted with the same twisted pines he had observed from below. Catching his breath, he turned slowly in place, taking in the panoramic view that rewarded his climb. The world spread out around him in all directions, distances softened by the slight haze that hung in the air, colors muted by the angle of the lowering sun. It was beautiful, worth the effort of the ascent purely for the vista it offered. Yet Thomas had come seeking more than scenic beauty. Moving carefully across the uneven ground, he began to examine the area more closely, looking for any sign that might explain the figure he had seen, the song he had heard. At first, nothing appeared out of the ordinary. The flat expanse held the expected features: weathered rock, sparse vegetation, the accumulated debris of seasons passing in this elevated, exposed location. Then, as Thomas circled one of the larger pines, something caught his eye. A flash of reflected light from an object half buried in the thin soil at the tree's base. Kneeling, he carefully brushed away the covering dirt to reveal a small, tarnished locket on a delicate silver chain. The metal was darkened with age, its once polished surface dulled by long exposure to the elements. With gentle fingers, Thomas pried open the hinged case to find a miniature portrait inside. A young woman with dark hair and solemn eyes, her features rendered with remarkable skill despite the tiny canvas. So there was someone, he murmured, studying the portrait with growing certainty, that he was looking at the face of the phantom he had seen the previous night. The resemblance was impossible to verify with absolute confidence, given the distance from which he had observed the singing figure, yet something in those painted eyes sparked recognition. Turning the locket over, Thomas discovered an inscription on the back, the letters worn but still legible: Isabel mi corazón, mi alma, 1851. The Spanish phrase translated to "my heart, my soul," a declaration of devotion from an unnamed lover to this woman Isabel, dated over 30 years earlier. The discovery raised more questions than it answered. Who was Isabel? What had brought her to this remote ridge? And most intriguingly, what connection existed between this tangible relic and the ghostly figure Thomas had witnessed? He pocketed the locket carefully, feeling a responsibility to preserve this fragment of someone's history, even as he wondered what to do with it. As he continued his examination of the area, another object emerged from beneath a flat stone. A folded piece of paper, remarkably preserved despite its age, protected by the rock that had covered it, and perhaps by the generally dry climate of the ridge. With even greater care than he had shown the locket, Thomas unfolded the brittle paper to reveal a letter, written in faded ink, the handwriting elegant but clearly penned under emotional duress. Mi querida Isabel, it began. My dear Isabel. Thomas's Spanish was functional rather than fluent, accumulated through years of travel in territories where the language was commonly spoken. He read slowly, piecing together the narrative that unfolded before him. The letter was from someone named Miguel, apparently a soldier called away to fight in what context clues suggested was the Mexican-American War. He wrote of his love for Isabel, his promise to return to her, his hope that they would build a life together when conflict ended. Espérame en nuestro lugar especial, one line read, wait for me in our special place. Thomas glanced around the flat area atop the ridge, understanding dawning. This had been their meeting place, their special retreat from the world below. The letter continued, expressing deepening concern as Miguel described rumors of a major battle approaching. He feared he might not survive, but promised Isabel that even death would not prevent his return to her. Ni la muerte puede separar dos almas destinadas a estar juntas. Not even death can separate two souls destined to be together. The final lines were increasingly desperate declarations of eternal love, as if Miguel had foreseen his fate and sought to leave Isabel with words that might comfort her in his absence. The letter ended with, "Tuyo para siempre, Miguel." Yours forever. Thomas refolded the fragile paper carefully, a theory forming in his mind. Miguel had died in that anticipated battle, never returning to Isabel as promised. She had come to their special place, this highest point on Lonesome Ridge, to wait for him, perhaps bringing his letter and the locket he had given her as tangible connections to their love. And somehow, in some way that defied rational explanation, she continued to wait, her vigil extending beyond physical death into whatever existence followed. As the realization crystallized in Thomas's mind, memories of his own losses surfaced unbidden. The family connections severed when he left home as a youth, the brief relationships abandoned as his wandering nature reasserted itself, the gradual disconnection from human community that characterized his adult years. He had never experienced love like what Miguel's letter expressed, had never inspired devotion that transcended death itself. The recognition brought unexpected melancholy, a sense of having missed something essential despite the richness of his experiences. The sun had begun its descent toward the western horizon, reminding Thomas that his return journey would need to begin soon if he hoped to reach camp before full darkness. Yet he found himself reluctant to leave, feeling an unexpected connection to the long-ago lovers whose story he had inadvertently discovered. He returned the letter to its protected place beneath the flat stone, but kept the locket, intending to clean it properly at his camp. As he prepared to depart, Thomas experienced a sudden chill that had nothing to do with the cooling air of approaching evening. A presence seemed to fill the space around him, invisible yet undeniably real. The sensation wasn't threatening, carrying instead a melancholy similar to what he had felt while listening to the Phantom's song. "Isabel," he said quietly, feeling slightly foolish, yet compelled to acknowledge what he sensed. "I found your locket, and Miguel's letter." No visible response manifested, yet the quality of the silence changed subtly, as if the presence had drawn closer, attending to his words. "I'm sorry," Thomas continued, uncertain what comfort he could offer a spirit that had maintained its lonely vigil for decades, yet feeling an obligation to try. "Miguel wanted to return to you. He loved you, until the end." The air around him stirred, though no wind disturbed the twisted pines. A scent reached him, incongruous in this harsh environment, the faint fragrance of roses, delicate and sweet. Then, just at the edge of audibility, what might have been a whispered "Gracias" brushed past his ear. Thomas stood motionless, waiting for further manifestation, but the presence gradually faded, taking with it the rose scent and that peculiar quality of attentive silence. Eventually, only the ordinary solitude of the ridge remained, the late afternoon sun casting his shadow long across weathered granite. The descent proved more challenging than the climb, loose soil and rock creating treacherous footing in many sections. Thomas proceeded cautiously, aware that injury in this isolated location could prove life-threatening despite his relative proximity to camp. As he worked his way down the ridge's eastern face, his thoughts remained occupied with Isabel and Miguel's story and the extraordinary experience atop the ridge. The revelation had affected him more deeply than he had anticipated, causing him to reflect on his own life choices with unexpected intensity. He had always valued freedom above all else, had justified his solitary existence as the natural expression of an independent spirit. Yet now, contemplating a love powerful enough to transcend death itself. Thomas found himself questioning whether what he had considered freedom might actually be a form of avoidance, fear of the vulnerability that deep connection necessarily entailed. Such thoughts accompanied him as he navigated the difficult terrain, providing distraction from the physical demands of the descent, but also causing him to occasionally miss secure footing. At one particularly treacherous section, his attention wandered momentarily to Isabel's phantom, and the song that had drawn him to this place. His boots slipped on loose shale, sending him sliding several yards down a steep incline before he managed to arrest his fall by grabbing a stunted juniper that somehow maintained tenuous purchase in the rocky soil. Heart pounding from the close call, Thomas forced himself to refocus on the immediate task, pushing philosophical reflections aside until he reached safer ground. The remainder of the descent demanded his complete attention, the angle of the sun creating deceptive shadows that complicated route finding and judgments of distance. Twilight was gathering by the time he reached level ground, the first stars appearing in the deepening blue of the eastern sky. Thomas made his way along the creek toward his campsite, gratified to see Penny still grazing peacefully where he had left her. The familiar routine of evening camp, refreshing the fire, preparing a simple meal, tending to Penny's needs, provided welcome structure after a day of unusual discoveries and experiences. As he worked, Thomas found himself unexpectedly humming fragments of Isabel's song, the melody embedded in his memory despite having heard it only once. The tune carried the same melancholy beauty that had characterized the Phantom's performance, yet somehow the sorrow felt different now that he understood its source. Not generalized grief, but specific loss, the separation of two souls who had promised each other eternity. Later, as he sat beside his fire with coffee laced liberally with whiskey, Thomas removed the tarnished locket from his pocket. Using a corner of his bandana dampened with water, he gently cleaned the silver surface, revealing delicate engraving previously obscured by decades of tarnish. The portrait within remained remarkably preserved, protected by the closed case from the worst effects of time and elements. In the flickering firelight, Isabel's painted eyes seemed to gaze at him with quiet gratitude. Thomas found himself speaking aloud, though no human ear could hear him in this isolated location. "I don't know if you're still here," he said quietly, holding the locket in his calloused palm. "But if you are, I want you to know I understand waiting for someone. Not like you've waited, perhaps, but I know what it means to hold on to hope long after others would have let go." The fire crackled, sending sparks spiraling upward toward the star-filled sky. Thomas continued, words coming more easily in this solitary darkness than they might have in daylight or company. "I think Miguel found his way back to you in the only way he could. That's why you sing up there, isn't it? Not from sorrow anymore, but to guide him home. To keep your promise to wait in your special place." The night remained still around him, offering neither confirmation nor denial of his theory. Yet Thomas felt a growing certainty that the Phantom's song was not purely an expression of grief, as local legend suggested, but something more complex. A beacon, perhaps. A way of maintaining connection across the boundary that separated living and dead. As he turned the locket in his hands, catching firelight on its silver surface, Thomas found himself thinking of his own life, the perpetual movement, the deliberate impermanence of his connections to people and places. It had always seemed the natural expression of his character, yet now he wondered whether it might be response to some long-ago hurt, some loss he had never properly acknowledged, even to himself. "We're not so different, you and I," he murmured to the absent Isabel, both waiting in our own ways. You for your Miguel to find his way back to you, me. He paused, considering. Perhaps I've been waiting too, though for what, I couldn't rightly say. From her tethered position at the edge of the clearing, Penny nickered softly, as if offering commentary on his midnight philosophizing. Thomas smiled, acknowledging the gentle mockery with a raised cup in the mare's direction. You're right, girl, getting fanciful again. Yet the thoughts persisted as he finished his coffee and prepared for sleep, unrolling his bedding and settling beneath the canopy of stars visible through gaps in the juniper branches. There was something about this place, about Isabel's story, that resonated with him in ways he couldn't fully articulate even to himself. Some recognition of devotion's power, perhaps, or simply appreciation for love that refused to accept finality. As the moon rose, full and luminous for the second night, Thomas found himself watching Lonesome Ridge with new perspective. The mysterious figure was no longer simply a local curiosity or unexplained phenomenon, but Isabel, a woman who had loved and lost, who had kept faith long after reasonable hope had died, whose devotion transcended ordinary human limitations. When the singing began, drifting down from the ridge's highest point just as it had the previous night, Thomas listened with deepened appreciation for the emotion it conveyed. The melody remained hauntingly beautiful, the foreign words still beyond his complete understanding, yet now he heard more than sorrow in those crystal notes. There was longing, yes, and lingering grief, but also steadfast devotion and perhaps, though this might have been his own projection, a quality of joyful anticipation, as if each performance brought reunion incrementally closer. The figure appeared as before, silhouetted against the moonlit sky. This time, Thomas raised the locket, holding it where firelight caught its silver surface, a small beacon sending answering gleam up toward the distant singer. Though he couldn't be certain at such distance, he believed the phantom paused in her song, attention drawn to his gesture. When the melody resumed, it seemed directed specifically toward him, each note carrying communication beyond the literal meaning of its words. Thomas listened, transfixed, as Isabel's voice filled the night with her story. Loss and longing, faithful waiting, and the enduring power of love that refused to accept separation as final. The song appeared to gain strength as it continued, a current of emotion that bridged the physical distance between ridgetop and campsite, between phantom singer and solitary listener. Thomas found himself unexpectedly moved, tears forming despite his habitual stoicism. There was something in the music that touched parts of himself he had long kept walled away, capacities for connection, for vulnerability, for the profound commitment to another that Isabel's decades-long vigil represented. As the song concluded, and the figure once again raised her arm in that gesture of farewell or blessing, Thomas responded in kind, lifting his hand in acknowledgement of shared understanding. The phantom remained visible a moment longer than the previous night before vanishing, leaving only empty moonlight where she had stood. Sleep came easier that night, Thomas's dreams filled with fragments of melody and impressions of a love strong enough to transcend death. He dreamed of Isabel and Miguel in their youth, meeting on the ridge when both were alive and filled with hope, their joy untouched by the separation war would soon impose. He dreamed of Isabel returning alone after news of Miguel's death reached her, bringing his letter and the locket to the place they had shared, her grief overwhelming, yet somehow containing seeds of the devotion that would eventually transcend ordinary mortality. Most vividly, he dreamed of Isabel as she appeared now, neither fully corporal nor completely spirit, existing in the liminal space between worlds, singing her song of love and longing beneath the full moon. In the dream, she turned toward him, acknowledging his witness to her story, accepting his understanding as a form of companionship in her solitary vigil. Thomas woke with the dawn, feeling unusually rested despite the emotional intensity of the previous evening, a sense of purpose gradually crystallizing as he moved through his morning routine. The encounter with Isabel's phantom had affected him more deeply than he had anticipated, causing him to reconsider not only her story, but aspects of his own life he had long avoided examining too closely. The locket lay beside his bedroll where he had placed it before sleeping, its silver surface catching early sunlight. Thomas picked it up, considering what he should do with this tangible connection to Isabel and her story. The obvious answer would be to return it to its original location atop the ridge, yet something told him this wasn't the right course. The locket had revealed itself to him for a reason. There was meaning in his discovery that went beyond random chance. As he prepared breakfast, coffee, and the last of his bacon, Thomas found himself recalling details from Miguel's letter. The young soldier had mentioned a specific battle approaching, had expressed fear that he might not survive the conflict. With the date of 1851 inscribed on the locket and references that suggested the Mexican-American War, it should be possible to identify which engagement had claimed Miguel's life, and perhaps even locate his final resting place. The thought grew into conviction as Thomas proceeded with his morning routine. He would take the locket with him, not as a souvenir or curiosity, but with purpose. He would research Miguel's fate, locate his burial site if records permitted, and place Isabel's locket there, reuniting in physical form the tokens of love that had been separated by circumstance and tragedy. Perhaps then, he murmured as he packed his sparse belongings, she might find rest, or at least completion. As he saddled Penny in preparation for departure, Thomas considered the journey ahead. It would require deviation from his habitual wandering, might demand resources beyond what his limited funds typically supported. Yet the compulsion to follow this course felt surprisingly strong, as if the phantom's song had awakened something within him that could not return to dormancy without action. "What do you think, Penny?" he asked as he secured his gear behind the saddle. "Fancy a journey to wherever Miguel rests?" The mare snorted softly, seeming neither enthused nor opposed to this change in plans. Thomas smiled, patting her neck affectionately. "I'll take that as agreement then." Before departing, Thomas stood facing Lonesome Ridge, now clearly visible in morning light. He removed his hat in a gesture of respect, addressing the phantom he could no longer see, but whose presence he still somehow felt across the distance. "I'll find him for you," he promised quietly, "and when I do, I'll bring your locket to him. Maybe then you can both rest." No visible response came from the silent ridge, yet Thomas experienced that same subtle change in the quality of the air, a sense of attentive presence, of acknowledgement without words. The faint scent of roses reached him briefly, incongruous in the juniper grove, yet undeniably real, then faded as quickly as it had appeared. With a final nod toward Lonesome Ridge, Thomas mounted Penny and turned her southward, leaving behind the site of extraordinary experiences with a new purpose guiding his customary wandering. The locket rested securely in his inner pocket, close to his heart, as it had once been close to Isabel's. As he rode away, Thomas found himself softly humming fragments of melody he recalled from the phantom's song. The tune had embedded itself in his memory, haunting in its beauty, yet somehow comforting in its devotion. It would stay with him, he suspected, through whatever journey lay ahead. a reminder that some connections remained unbroken by time, distance, or even death itself. His path would lead first to the nearest substantial settlement with military records, perhaps the territorial capital, or one of the larger towns where records of the Mexican-American War might be preserved. From there, he would follow whatever trail emerged, tracking Miguel's history through documents and testimonies, until he located the final resting place of Isabel's beloved. It would not be simple, nor likely brief. Records from that conflict remained scattered, particularly for Mexican soldiers, if that had been Miguel's allegiance. The search might require resources beyond what Thomas currently possessed, perhaps necessitating temporary employment or other accommodations to his typically unstructured existence. Yet the commitment felt right, a worthy purpose to which he could devote himself after years of purposeless wandering. And perhaps, Thomas reflected as Penny carried him steadily southward, this unexpected mission offered something he hadn't realized he needed: connection to something beyond himself, engagement with a story larger than his own solitary narrative. Isabel's phantom had shared her tale of love and loss, had revealed vulnerability across the boundaries that typically separated living from dead, past from present. In accepting responsibility for her locket, Thomas acknowledged a reciprocal sharing, a willingness to temporarily set aside his habitual detachment. The landscape opened before him, miles of territory to cross before reaching his first destination. Thomas settled into the familiar rhythm of travel, Penny's steady gait carrying them through morning shadows towards sun-brightened hills ahead. The phantom of Lonesome Ridge would continue her nightly vigil, singing her song beneath the moon until the love it expressed found completion. And Thomas Blackwood, drifter and solitary wanderer, had somehow become part of that story. Not merely witness to ancient sorrow, but potential instrument of its resolution. As Penny carried him toward the distant horizon, Thomas felt a curious lightness despite the responsibility he had assumed. For the first time in longer than he could remember, his wandering had purpose beyond mere survival or restless exploration. He rode now with direction, guided by a promise made to a phantom whose song had touched something long dormant within his own heart. The locket nestled against his chest seemed to pulse with gentle warmth, as if infused with the love it symbolized. Love that had endured beyond ordinary limitations, that had transformed grief into faithful waiting, that might yet find its completion through his unexpected intervention. Thomas smiled, facing the rising sun as a new day and a new journey unfolded before him. The phantom's song accompanied him in memory, no longer merely sorrowful but tinged with hope, a melody of enduring devotion that transcended death itself to become something eternal. Behind him, Lonesome Ridge receded into distance, its secrets shared, its phantom's vigil acknowledged. Before him lay unknown territory, both physical and spiritual, to be traversed with newfound purpose. And somewhere between past and future, between memory and anticipation, between phantom song and tangible silver, existed the possibility that love might yet complete its interrupted circle, bringing peace to those who had waited so faithfully for reunion. As Thomas Blackwood rode toward the horizon, the phantom song fading into memory, the vast territory of the frontier continued to hold countless untold stories, tales of love, loss, and lingering spirits caught between worlds. While Lonesome Ridge kept its silent vigil, other landscapes harbored their own mysteries and ghostly guardians. Many miles to the east, where jagged mountains give way to gentler valleys filled with juniper trees, another tale unfolded beneath the star-filled skies. This is the story of the Starlight Widow of Juniper Hollow, The last light of day slipped behind the jagged peaks as Elijah Morgan guided his horse down the winding trail into Juniper Hollow. The tired, sorrel mare stepped carefully over loose stones, her ears flicking back occasionally to catch her rider's quiet words of encouragement. At 46, Elijah had the weathered look of a man who had spent most of his life beneath open skies, his face lined from years of squinting against harsh sun and bitter wind. The silver threading through his dark beard caught the fading light as he surveyed the valley spreading out below. Juniper Hollow lay nestled between the imposing walls of Redemption Canyon, a place mostly untouched by the rapid changes sweeping across the frontier. The hollow earned its name from the twisted juniper trees that dotted its landscape, their gnarled forms standing sentinel over the valley floor like ancient guardians frozen in time. As darkness gathered, these trees transformed into shadowy silhouettes against the deepening blue of the evening sky. Elijah had been riding for nearly 2 weeks, putting distance between himself and memories too painful to confront directly. The telegram folded in his breast pocket had brought news that severed his last ties to the life he once knew. He hadn't planned on stopping in Juniper Hollow, hadn't planned much of anything beyond the simple act of continuing forward, one day following another without particular purpose or destination. "Whoa, girl," he murmured, drawing rein as they reached a small plateau that offered a natural overlook of the hollow. "Let's rest here a spell." Dismounting with practiced ease that belied the stiffness in his joints, Elijah loosened the mare's cinch and led her to a patch of grass. As she grazed contentedly, he settled on a flat boulder and watched night claim the landscape. Above him, stars emerged one by one, then in clusters and constellations, until the sky became a vast canvas of light. The Milky Way stretched from horizon to horizon, a luminous river flowing through the heaven. The beauty struck him with unexpected force, not the kind that demanded acknowledgement, but the quiet sort that slipped past defenses when a man was too tired to maintain them. Something about this valley, with its ancient junipers and star-washed slopes, spoke of permanence beyond human concerns. These trees had stood witness to countless sorrows and joys, yet remained. These stars had shone down on generations of lives, their light reaching across impossible distances and time. As full darkness settled over the hollow, Elijah noticed a peculiar stillness. The usual night sounds, insects, distant coyotes, the rustle of small creatures in underbrush, seemed momentarily suspended, as if the valley itself held its breath in anticipation. Then, at the far end of the hollow where the canyon narrowed, a soft glow appeared, so faint at first that Elijah questioned whether it might be a trick of starlight on tired eyes. But the glow brightened, revealing a solitary figure moving with unhurried grace along the ridge. Even from this distance, Elijah could discern the outline of a woman, her form seeming to collect and reflect the starlight around her. She walked with measured steps, pausing occasionally to gaze up at the night sky, as if searching for something among the constellations. Elijah remained motionless, sensing that he witnessed something not meant for casual observation. The figure continued her slow progress along the ridgeline, eventually disappearing behind a stand of junipers. Long after she vanished from sight, the impression of her luminous presence lingered in Elijah's mind, like the afterimage of a candle flame against closed eyelids. His mare nickered softly, breaking the spell. Night sounds resumed, a gentle chorus of crickets, the distant hoot of an owl, wind sighing through juniper branches. Elijah shook his head slightly, wondering if exhaustion had conjured the vision. Yet something about the hollow felt different now, as if the brief appearance had altered the texture of the darkness itself. "Come on, Belle," he said quietly, rising and adjusting the saddle. "Let's find somewhere proper to make camp." He guided the mare down the remaining switchbacks into the heart of the hollow, mind still filled with the image of the glowing figure. As they reached level ground, Elijah spotted the warm flicker of firelight through trees ahead, signs of habitation he hadn't noticed from the overlook. Following a faint trail, he emerged into a small clearing where a crude cabin stood, its weathered logs silvered by age and elements. A porch fashioned from split logs wrapped around two sides, and on it sat an elderly man tending a fire in a stone pit. The old man looked up without surprise as Elijah approached, as if midnight visitors were commonplace in this remote valley. His face was deeply lined, with a wild tangle of white beard that reached nearly to his chest. Pale blue eyes, startlingly clear despite his apparent age, assessed Elijah with frank curiosity. "Evening," the old man called, his voice surprisingly strong. "Been watching you up on that ridge for a spell. Figured you'd make your way down eventually." Elijah reined in at a respectful distance. "Hope I'm not intruding, looking for a place to camp for the night." The old man gestured toward a flat area beside the cabin. "Ground's soft enough there. Got coffee if you want it." "Obliged," Elijah replied, recognizing the offer for what it was. Neither effusive welcome nor mere politeness, but the simple acknowledgement that shared coffee created temporary community between strangers in wild places. He dismounted and tended to Belle's needs before accepting the tin cup extended by his host. The coffee was strong and bitter, with an unfamiliar herbal note that wasn't unpleasant, settling on a rough-hewn stump that clearly served as a spare seat. Elijah nodded his thanks. "Name's Elijah Morgan," he offered after taking a sip. "Folks hereabouts call me Old Jasper," the man replied, stoking the fire with a gnarled branch. "Though old wasn't part of it when I first came to these parts." Elijah nodded, respecting the economy of introduction. Some men carried their stories close, offering only fragments when and if relationship warranted greater sharing. He understood this instinct well. They sat in companionable silence for a time, the fire casting dancing shadows across the clearing while stars wheeled overhead. Jasper occasionally added small branches to the flames, movements practiced and deliberate as a ritual. Elijah found himself relaxing incrementally, the tension of long days in the saddle easing from his shoulders. "Saw something peculiar up on the ridge," he finally remarked, curiosity overcoming reticence. A figure glowing in the starlight. Jasper's weathered face revealed nothing as he looked up from the fire. "You saw the widow then? Most folks pass through without glimpsing her. She doesn't show herself to just anyone." "The widow?" Elijah asked, instinctively keeping his voice low as if they discussed something sacred. Jasper nodded toward the ridge where Elijah had seen the luminous figure. "The Starlight Widow of Juniper Hollow. Been walking these hills every night for nigh on 20 years now, ever since Thomas Blackwell drew his last breath in her arms." Something in Jasper's tone, a blend of reverence and sorrow, suggested personal connection rather than mere local legend. Elijah waited, sensing more to the story but unwilling to press. The old man's gaze had drifted beyond the fire, perhaps seeing across years rather than mere distance. "I knew her before," Jasper continued after a long moment, "before she became what you saw tonight. Leah Blackwell was her name. Still is, I suppose, though few remember her as she was. Came out here with Thomas in '49, when those hills were unclaimed and wild. They built the first cabin in this hollow, about a mile upstream from here." Jasper paused to pour more coffee into their cups, the simple action seeming to bridge past and present. They were different, those two. Most who came west were running from something or chasing dreams that had never bear fruit. But Thomas and Leah, they just wanted a place where life could unfold on its own terms. He'd sketched the valley and stars in charcoal on whatever paper they could spare. She knew every plant that grew in these hills, what would heal and what would harm. As Jasper spoke, night deepened around them. The fire crackled softly, casting the old man's face in alternating light and shadow that lent his words additional weight. Elijah found himself leaning forward slightly, drawn into the story despite himself. Thomas took ill in the winter of 58, Jasper continued. Started with a cough that wouldn't heal, then worsened until he could scarcely rise from bed. Leah tried everything she knew, poultices, teas, steam treatments, rode through snowstorms to bring medicine from the settlement. Nothing helped. The old man fell silent for a moment, eyes reflecting firelight. I was there the night he died. Sky was clear as crystal, stars bright enough to cast shadows. Thomas asked to be carried outside so he could see the heavens one last time. His breathing was harsh, but his mind remained clear. He looked up at those stars, then at Leah, and said something I never forgot. Jasper's voice softened, taking on an almost reverential quality. I'll be up there, watching over you, he told her. When you look at the stars, you'll be looking at me. A log shifted in the fire, sending a shower of sparks spiraling upward into the darkness. Both men watched them fade against the star-filled backdrop, ephemeral lights against eternal ones. Vast, peaceful, holding her hand, eyes fixed on the Milky Way, Jasper concluded. And she changed after that night. The grief didn't break her, she was too strong for that, but it transformed her, like fire transforms iron. Elijah nodded, understanding something of transformation through loss. And she became what I saw tonight, the glowing figure? Not immediately, Jasper replied, reaching for a worn leather pouch beside him. First year she just walked the ridge every night, talking to the stars, like Thomas could hear her, telling him about her day, the changing seasons, asking him questions and waiting as if answers might come. He tamped tobacco into a curved pipe with methodical care. Second year, people started noticing something different. Said starlight seemed to gather around her, like water pooling in a depression. By the 5th year, she glowed like you saw tonight, collecting light from above and reflecting it back, a kind of conversation with the heavens. Striking a match, Jasper lit his pipe and drew deeply, releasing fragrant smoke that mingled with wood smoke from the fire. Some folk feared her then, called her witch or worse, but those who knew her understood. She found a way to maintain connection with what she'd lost, to keep loving beyond death's boundary. The explanation, offered without embellishment or mystical flourish, carried conviction born of long observation. Elijah considered it against the evidence of his own eyes, finding no simple resolution yet feeling no urgent need for one. The frontier held more mysteries than mankind had yet catalogued, let alone explained. "Do you speak with her?" Elijah asked, genuinely curious. After all this time, Jasper's weathered face softened slightly. Sometimes she stops here on her way to the ridge. Doesn't speak much, words aren't important to her journey anymore, but she'll accept a cup of tea, listen to local news. She remembers who she was, carries that alongside what she's become. The old man tapped ash from his pipe against a stone. Ravens come before she appears. 7 of them, always. They settle in the junipers along her path, silent as shadows. Some say they guide her, others that they guard her. They've been part of her journey from the beginning. Almost as if summoned by mention, a raven's deep call sounded from somewhere in the darkness beyond their fire. Elijah felt a slight prickle along his spine, Not fear exactly, but awareness of mysteries beyond ordinary comprehension. Jasper seemed unsurprised, merely nodding as if the bird had offered expected confirmation. "They know when they're discussed," he remarked mildly. "Smartest creatures in these hills, except perhaps for Leah herself." The conversation lapsed into comfortable silence after that, each man absorbed in private thoughts while the fire gradually diminished to glowing coals. Elijah found himself oddly at peace, despite the strangeness of the tale and his own recent grief. Something about the hollow with its ancient junipers and star-washed slopes offered perspective that made personal sorrow seem both acknowledged and appropriately sized. "You're welcome to that patch of ground we discussed," Jasper eventually said, rising with the careful movements of age. "I'll be turning in. Help yourself to more coffee if you want it." Elijah thanked him and set about making his simple camp, while the old man disappeared into the cabin. The night had grown cool, but not uncomfortably so, the kind of gentle autumn chill that made bedrolls and blankets welcome without being essential. As he prepared for sleep, Elijah found his gaze repeatedly drawn upward to the star-filled sky, wondering about the connections between earth and heaven that most people never paused to consider. Sleep came easily after weeks of hard travel, yet his dreams were unusually vivid, filled with stars that spoke in hushed voices and ravens that flew patterns that almost formed words. He woke once in the deepest part of night, momentarily disoriented until the familiar constellations overhead grounded him. In that brief interval between sleep and full wakefulness, he could have sworn the stars pulsed with gentle light, like distant heartbeats marking time in the cosmos. Morning arrived with pearlescent light filtering through juniper branches and the smell of coffee drifting from Jasper's cabin. Elijah rose, muscles protesting slightly after weeks in the saddle, and attended to Belle before approaching the porch, where the old man sat exactly as he had the previous evening. It seemed entirely possible that Jasper had remained there throughout the night, a fixture of the hollow as permanent as the ancient trees. "Sleep well?" the old man inquired, offering a steaming cup without preamble. "Well enough," Elijah replied, accepting the coffee gratefully. "Unusual dreams." Jasper nodded as if this was expected. Hollow affects people that way. Some say it's the junipers. Old growth has its own medicine. Others think it's what Leah stirred up with her nightly walks. Place gets thin sometimes, between what is and what might be. The observation, delivered matter-of-factly alongside comments about coffee and weather, struck Elijah as quintessentially frontier, this casual acknowledgement of mystery woven through mundane existence. Out here, beyond the reach of civilization's rigid categorizations, people recognized spiritual currents that flowed through physical landscapes, accepting their influence without necessarily requiring explanation. They shared a simple breakfast of corn cakes and jerky, discussing practical matters like water sources and game trails with the easy rhythm of men accustomed to wilderness living. Only when Elijah began preparations for departure did the conversation return to the hollow's luminous resident. "You said she walks every night," Elijah remarked, checking Belle's saddle girth. "Always the same path?" Jasper considered the question while refilling his pipe. "Route varies some with seasons. Midsummer, she follows the highest ridge where evening light lingers longest. Winter, she keeps to lower paths sheltered from the worst winds, but always ends at Stargazer's Point, outcropping on the eastern ridge where she and Thomas used to watch meteor showers." He gestured toward a distinctive formation visible even from their position. That flat-topped rock with the single juniper. Best view of the night sky in the whole hollow. If you've nowhere pressing to be, might be worth visiting before you move on. The suggestion, offered casually yet with subtle emphasis, caught Elijah's attention. "Any particular reason?" Jasper tamped tobacco with a gnarled finger, expression thoughtful. Places hold memories, not just in human minds but in the land itself. Some spots gather stories like hollows gather rainwater, becoming deeper with each passing. That point has collected 20 years of Leah's conversations with the stars. Makes for a particular kind of quiet a man might find valuable, especially one carrying what you are. The observation, this recognition of grief without direct acknowledgement, surprised Elijah. He'd said nothing of his circumstances, yet this perceptive old man had apparently read volumes in his silence and weathered face. "What makes you think I'm carrying anything?" he asked, more curious than defensive. Jasper lit his pipe, watching smoke curl upward. Nobody rides without purpose, unless they're fleeing something worse. Your eyes have that distance in them, looking past what's in front of you to something nobody else can see. Known that look since I first wore it myself. The simple truth of this assessment rendered denial pointless. Elijah nodded slightly, acknowledging both observation and the respectful restraint behind it. No details demanded or offered, just recognition of shared human experience. "Might be worth a visit then," he conceded, securing his bedroll behind the saddle. "I thank you for the company and coffee." Jasper waved off the thanks with pipe in hand. "Hollow provides what's needed. I just happen to be part of it this time." They parted with the comfortable brevity of men who understand that words matter less than the silences they punctuate. Elijah mounted Belle and guided her away from the cabin, following a faint game trail that wound through juniper groves toward the eastern ridge. The morning had warmed pleasantly, sunlight dappling through branches and highlighting patches of late wildflowers that dotted the valley floor. The trail gradually steepened as it approached the ridge, requiring more careful navigation. Belle picked her way through rocky sections with the sure-footedness that had made her a reliable companion through difficult terrain. Elijah allowed her to set the pace, his thoughts drifting between Jasper's story and his own recent loss. The telegram that had brought news of his brother's passing remained in his breast pocket, its crisp edges softened by repeated handling. Two brothers who had chosen different paths, one remaining in the ordered world of Eastern civilization, the other seeking whatever lay beyond known boundaries. They had maintained connection through infrequent letters that bridged geographical distance, while acknowledging the greater separation of divergent lives. Now that tenuous connection was severed permanently, leaving Elijah unmoored in a way that surprised him after years of self-imposed solitude. The grief felt complex, not just for his brother but for conversations never had, understanding never reached, reconciliation perpetually deferred until time ran out. Death rendered provisional arrangements permanent, transforming someday into never. These thoughts accompanied him as the trail curved around a massive boulder and suddenly opened onto the outcropping Jasper had identified as Stargazer's Point. The description proved accurate. The formation created a natural platform with unobstructed views across the hollow and beyond to distant mountains. A single ancient juniper grew from a crack in the stone, its twisted trunk and spreading branches creating a natural shelter at one end of the flat expanse. Dismounting, Elijah secured Belle in the shade of the juniper and moved to the edge of the outcropping. The view was breathtaking. Juniper Hollow spread below like a living map, its contours and features rendered in perfect detail from this elevated perspective. Beyond the hollow, the landscape extended to a distant horizon, where mountains rose blue and mysterious against the sky. But it wasn't just the view that made this place remarkable. As Elijah stood motionless, he became aware of an unusual quality to the silence. Not absence of sound, for wind still whispered through juniper needles and birds called occasionally from the valley below, but a different texture to the quiet. as if the air itself held memories of words spoken here over many years. Moving to the center of the outcropping, he noticed smooth depressions in the stone, places where repeated human presence had worn away rough edges. Here, someone had sat night after night, year after year, communing with stars and memory with such devotion that the very rock recorded their vigil. Elijah settled into one of these natural seats, feeling an immediate sense of rightness, of connection to something larger than himself, yet intimately personal. Above him, the juniper's gnarled branches framed a patch of sky where stars would appear when darkness fell. The position seemed deliberately chosen for this perspective, this window to the heavens. Time passed differently on the outcropping. Shadows shifted as the sun traversed the sky, yet Elijah remained, held by something he couldn't quite name. He ate sparingly from his provisions, drank from his canteen, and simply existed in this place where grief had been transformed into something else, not eliminated or denied, but channeled into ritual that acknowledged love's continuation beyond physical presence. Afternoon surrendered gradually to evening, colors deepening across the landscape as direct light surrendered to softer illumination. Elijah watched the transformation with heightened awareness, noticing subtle shifts in hue and texture that marked day's transition to night. As shadows lengthened across the hollow, he heard a distinctive sound that made him turn toward the juniper. A raven perched on a lower branch, regarding him with intelligent eyes that reflected the last golden light. Then another arrived, settling beside the first, followed by 5 more until 7 ravens observed him with collective scrutiny that felt eerily purposeful. None made sound after their arrival, creating a semicircle of watchful silence that raised the hairs on Elijah's neck. Evening, he found himself saying, the greeting emerging unbidden. I mean no disrespect by being here. The birds made no response beyond continued observation, yet something in their posture suggested neither hostility nor fear, perhaps assessment, as if determining his worthiness for whatever came next. Bell showed no concern at their presence, which Elijah found oddly reassuring. As true darkness began claiming the hollow, the ravens departed as mysteriously as they had arrived, launching into flight with synchronized movement that carried them toward the western ridge. Their departure coincided with the first stars appearing overhead, pinpricks of light against deepening blue that gradually transformed to black. Elijah remained seated on the outcropping, watching constellations emerge with patient clarity until the full panorama of night sky revealed itself above Juniper Hollow. The Milky Way formed a luminous river across the heavens, countless stars creating patterns that human minds had named and storied since time immemorial. In their presence, individual concerns seemed simultaneously acknowledged and proportioned, significant within a human life, yet humble within cosmic scale. How long he sat absorbing this perspective, Elijah couldn't later say. Time measured by heartbeats and breaths, rather than minutes or hours. What broke his reverie was awareness of soft light approaching along the ridge, not the harsh intrusion of lantern or torch, but gentle illumination that moved with human rhythm. The Starlight Widow was making her nightly journey. Elijah remained motionless, uncertain whether to withdraw or stay as the glowing figure drew nearer. Leaving now would draw attention through movement. Remaining might constitute intrusion into private ritual. Before he could decide, the choice became moot. The luminous form had clearly seen him, yet continued her measured approach without hesitation. As she drew closer, Elijah could discern details invisible during his distant sighting the previous evening. Leah Blackwell appeared simultaneously substantial and ethereal. A woman of perhaps 50, whose physical features remained discernible despite the soft radiance that enveloped her. Grey-streaked hair hung loose around shoulders draped in a shawl that seemed woven from starlight itself. Her face, lined with both age and sorrow, possessed a serene quality that transcended ordinary human expression. Most striking were her eyes, dark as night sky between stars, yet reflecting pinpoints of light that mirrored the heavens above. They observed Elijah with neither surprise nor concern, as if finding a stranger at her destination was merely another variation in endless nights of celestial communion. She approached until standing at the outcropping's edge, close enough that Elijah could have extended his hand to touch her, though something told him such contact might be unwise for reasons beyond simple propriety. The radiance surrounding her cast soft illumination across the stone surface, creating a pool of gentle light that surrounded them both. "You're sitting in Thomas's place," she observed, her voice unexpectedly ordinary despite her extraordinary appearance. No spectral whisper or ethereal tone, but the straightforward speech of a frontier woman, shaped by practical concerns and direct living. "My apologies," Elijah replied, making to rise. "I didn't mean to intrude." She gestured for him to remain seated. "He doesn't mind sharing, not anymore." Moving with fluid grace that seemed partially liberated from gravity's insistence, she settled into the adjacent depression worn smooth by countless nights of her own presence. The living need places to sit more than the dead. This matter-of-fact assessment, delivered without drama or mystical inflection, struck Elijah as profoundly frontier in its practical acknowledgement of spiritual reality. Out here, beyond civilization's rigid categories, the division between living and dead became more permeable, less absolute than Eastern sensibilities insisted. They sat in surprisingly comfortable silence as full darkness claimed Juniper Hollow and stars brightened overhead. The woman's luminosity remained constant, not the harsh glare of artificial light, but soft radiance reminiscent of pearls or certain mushrooms that glowed in deep forest darkness. It illuminated the immediate area of the outcropping while leaving the surrounding night intact, creating an island of gentle light beneath the vast star field. "Jasper said you might come," she remarked eventually, gaze directed skyward. "Said you carried something heavy." The observation, like Jasper's earlier one, demonstrated perception that transcended ordinary awareness. Elijah considered how to respond, finding himself unwilling to offer empty denial, yet uncertain how to articulate what he himself didn't fully understand. "My brother died," he said finally, simplicity serving better than elaboration. "Back east." She nodded, still watching the stars. "Recent?" 3 weeks ago. Got the telegram in Amarillo." Another nod, acknowledgement without the effusive sympathy that often made grief more burdensome rather than less. "Were you close?" The question struck to the heart of his complicated sorrow. "Not for many years, different paths, yet it weighs on you." "Yes." "Nazi, unfinished." She observed, the single word encompassing volumes. "Yes," Elijah agreed, surprised by how perfectly this stranger had identified what he himself had struggled to articulate. "Unfinished." She turned slightly toward him then, starlight reflected in her dark eyes. "That's what most grief is. Conversations interrupted, questions unanswered, reconciliations postponed. We mourn the closing of doors we assumed would remain open indefinitely." The insight, offered without presumption or instruction, resonated with Elijah's experience in ways that more conventional condolences never had. This strange woman, transformed by her own grief into something neither fully human nor entirely other, understood the complex texture of loss in ways those untouched by profound bereavement could not. "Does it get easier?" he asked, the question emerging before he could consider its propriety. If she found it impertinent, she gave no sign. "Not easier, different. Grief transforms if you allow it, becoming something you carry rather than something that carries you." She gestured toward the stars above. "Like light traveling across impossible distances, changing form but never diminishing." They fell silent again, watching the slow wheel of constellations overhead. Elijah found himself relaxing into the strangeness of the situation. This conversation with a woman who glowed with starlight, discussing grief's geography as if mapping familiar territory. Something about her presence made peculiar circumstances seem natural, even inevitable, as if their meeting represented convergence of journeys that had been approaching intersection for some time. "May I ask about him?" Elijah ventured after a while. "Thomas?" Her expression softened, radiance briefly intensifying. "He loved these stars, knew their names and stories, both from books and from natives who lived here before us. Said every culture looks at the same stars but sees different patterns, not because the stars change, but because the stories we need from them do." She pointed toward a particular constellation. "He showed me 7 brothers there, where I'd always seen a water dipper. Taught me coyote and rabbit, where others see twins. Said stars don't mind holding multiple stories simultaneously." The memory clearly brought joy alongside sorrow, that complex emotion unique to bereaved who have loved deeply and continue loving beyond physical separation. Elijah recognized it from brief, precious moments in his own grief, when remembrance transcended pain to touch what remained, genuine and indestructible. 20 years is a long vigil, he observed quietly. "Is it?" she asked, seeming genuinely curious. "Measured against what?" "Stars burn for billions of years. Some trees in these mountains were seedlings when Rome fell. 20 years is nothing to them." The perspective was simultaneously humbling and comforting, this placing of human experience within larger contexts that neither diminished its significance nor exaggerated its centrality. Elijah found himself nodding, recognizing truth that transcended conventional measures. "How did it happen?" he asked, gesturing vaguely toward her luminous appearance. "This transformation." She considered the question thoughtfully, as if recalling process not fully consciously directed. "Grief has its own intelligence. When faced with unbearable separation, some part of me reached outward instead of collapsing inward. Stars became my witnesses, then companions, then conduits. The boundary between their light and my sorrow grew permeable." She extended one hand into the space between them, examining the soft glow that encompassed it. "Thomas said he would be in the stars, watching over me. I took him literally, spoke to him through them, night after night. Something listened. Whether him or the universe itself, I cannot say with certainty. But connection formed. Light answered grief, and gradually I changed." The explanation, offered without embellishment or mystical flourish, carried conviction of direct experience. Elijah considered it against evidence of his own eyes and ears, finding no simple resolution, yet feeling no urgent need for one. Some mysteries required witnessing rather than explaining, respect rather than categorization. "The ravens?" he inquired, remembering their strange appearance and departure. A smile touched her lips, genuine though tinged with something not quite melancholy. "They came the night Thomas died and never left. 7 of them, keeping distance yet remaining present through all seasons. They announce my evening journey, watch from junipers, follow at respectful distance. We've developed understanding over years." She glanced toward the hollow below, where darkness concealed the valley's details. "Everything here has adjusted to accommodate what I've become. Jasper with his quiet acceptance, ravens with their watchful presence, even juniper trees that seem to bend slightly when I pass. The hollow holds me as I hold my grief, neither surrendering to it nor rejecting it, but transforming alongside it." This integration of personal experience with landscape struck Elijah as profound truth, often overlooked by those who viewed wilderness as merely scenery or obstacle. The hollow had become extension of Leah's journey, just as she had become element of its existence, reciprocal relationship that honored both human experience and nature's autonomy. Their conversation lapsed into companionable silence as night deepened around the illuminated outcroppings. Stars continued their stately procession overhead, constellations rising and setting with mathematical precision, yet somehow maintaining individual relationship with the woman who addressed them so faithfully. Occasionally she would gesture towards specific formations, murmuring words too quiet for Elijah to discern, private communications in ongoing dialogue with the heaven. He should have felt intrusive witnessing such intimate communion, yet something about her manner made clear that his presence was accepted, even welcomed within this nightly ritual. Perhaps sharing grief, however briefly and incompletely, created connection that transcended ordinary social boundaries. "Your brother," she said eventually, returning attention to their interrupted conversation. "What would you tell him if doors remained open?" The question caught Elijah unprepared, cutting directly to essence of his unresolved sorrow. What would he say, given opportunity now forever lost? What words could possibly bridge decades of separation, misunderstanding, divergent choices? "That I'm sorry," he began slowly, surprising himself with this initial response. Not for choosing different paths, but for allowing that choice to create distance greater than geography, for letting pride transform temporary separation into permanent estrangement. The admission emerged more easily in this strange context, speaking under stars with luminous woman who understood grief's landscape intimately, than it might have in conventional circumstances. Something about the setting invited honesty, stripped of pretense or self-protection, and that I respected his choices. Elijah continued, words finding their way through emotional terrain he had avoided examining directly. Envied them sometimes, though I'd never have admitted it. His certainty, his ability to build something lasting in one place while I kept moving, always restless. He fell silent, surprised by emotions surfacing after long suppression. The woman beside him offered no interruption or redirection, creating space where difficult truths could emerge at their own pace. Her presence provided witness without judgment, attention without expectation, rare gifts that made vulnerability possible. Most of all, he concluded quietly that despite everything, he remained my brother. That connection never broke, just stretched thin across years and distances. I carried him with me through every wilderness, just as he kept space for me in the life I chose to leave. As these words found voice, Elijah experienced subtle shift within, not dramatic resolution or cathartic release, but incremental reorientation, as if naming these truths aloud adjusted internal landscape to accommodate them more honestly. Grief remained, yet its texture changed slightly, becoming more integrated, less jagged-edged. The woman nodded slowly, understanding evidenced in expression rather than words. After a moment's silence, she spoke with gentle directness that honored his disclosure. "The stars hear you. Whether your brother does remains mystery beyond my knowing, but speaking truth always matters. even when intended recipient cannot respond directly. She gestured toward the vast canopy above them. These stars received light from other stars across distances so vast, human minds cannot truly comprehend them. Messages travel despite space, time, intervening darkness. Perhaps grief works similarly, finding ways to bridge separations that appear absolute to limited perception. The perspective offered neither false comfort nor spiritual certainty, yet Elijah found it strangely reassuring, this placing of human experience within cosmic context, where impossibilities routinely occurred, where light traversed darkness without diminishment, where connections remained despite apparent separation. "Thank you," he said simply, words inadequate yet sincerely offered. She acknowledged his gratitude with slight inclination of her head, luminosity briefly intensifying. "The hollow provides what's needed. I'm merely part of how it responds." The phrasing echoed Jasper's earlier remark, suggesting shared understanding of the hollow's peculiar nature, its ability to provide encounters precisely calibrated to travelers' unstated needs. They remained on the outcropping as night deepened further, stars achieving maximum brilliance against the black velvet backdrop of true darkness. Elijah found himself drifting in peculiar state between wakefulness and dreaming, thoughts acquiring fluid quality while awareness of surroundings remained intact. The woman's luminous presence created atmosphere that seemed to thin boundaries between ordinary consciousness and something more expansive. "You should sleep," she said eventually, noticing his struggle against encroaching drowsiness. "The stone holds warmth from day's sun. You'll be comfortable here." The suggestion would have seemed bizarre in other circumstances, sleeping on exposed outcroppings beside mysterious glowing woman, yet felt entirely reasonable within context they had established. Elijah nodded, surprising himself with ready acceptance of arrangement that defied conventional caution. "What about you?" he asked, practical concern surfacing despite unusual situation. A smile held gentle amusement. "I keep different hours now. Will continue my conversation with the stars while you rest." Ranging his bedroll on smooth stone warmed by day's heat, Elijah settled into position that allowed comfortable observation of star-filled sky. The woman remained seated nearby, her soft radiance providing subtle illumination that somehow enhanced rather than diminished night's beauty. As his eyes grew heavy, her voice reached him, murmuring words addressed to stars rather than him, yet creating soothing backdrop that eased transition towards sleep. His dreams that night possessed unusual clarity and coherence, not fragmented images or disjointed scenarios typical of ordinary sleep, but continuous narrative that felt simultaneously personal and universal. He walked through landscapes both familiar and unknown, accompanied by presence neither fully human nor entirely other. Stars featured prominently, not as distant celestial objects, but active participants in unfolding story, their light forming pathways and messages across dream terrain. When Elijah woke, dawn had just begun painting eastern horizon with pale watercolor strokes of pink and gold. He lay motionless for moments, allowing transition from remarkable dreams to waking reality. The stone beneath him retained surprising warmth despite night hours, creating a cocoon of comfort that made immediate movement unnecessary. The woman, Leah Blackwell, the Starlight Widow, was gone. No trace remained of her luminous presence, no physical evidence that might confirm extraordinary encounter to skeptical mind. Yet alteration within Elijah himself provided confirmation beyond material proof. Subtle recalibration of grief's position within emotional landscape, shift from cutting edge to something still present but differently integrated. Sitting up, he surveyed Juniper Hollow spread below in early morning light. The valley possessed remarkable beauty even by frontier standards. Juniper trees creating patterns across rolling terrain, distant walls of enclosing canyon catching first direct sunlight while valley floor remained in gentle shadow. Something about witnessing this transition from night to day, from same location where he had observed reverse journey, enhanced appreciation for cyclical nature of all transformation. Movement caught his peripheral vision, dark shapes launching from nearby juniper into dawn sky. The ravens, 7 of them, circling once above the outcropping before flying toward western ridge in formation that seemed deliberately arranged. Their departure felt like formal conclusion, ceremonial punctuation to encounter that existed partially outside ordinary time and circumstance. Elijah broke camp with deliberate care, ensuring nothing remained to mark his temporary presence on outcropping that clearly served purposes beyond casual visitation. Belle greeted him with soft nickering, apparently untroubled by nights spent in unusual location. As he checked her condition and tightened saddle girths, Elijah found himself listening to morning sounds with heightened attention. Birds announcing territories, wind through juniper needles, distant water over stone, as if each might contain messages previously overlooked. The descent from ridge proceeded smoothly, trail more easily navigated in morning light than previous days' late approach. Elijah maintained unhurried pace, allowing Belle to pick careful path while his thoughts integrated extraordinary experience into framework that acknowledged mystery without requiring definitive explanation. Some encounters served purpose beyond full rational accounting. Jasper's cabin appeared much as he had left it, morning smoke rising from stone chimney to disperse in clear air. The old man sat on his porch, pipe already lit despite early hour, watching Elijah's approach with expression suggesting neither surprise nor particular curiosity about his return. "Coffee's hot," he called as Elijah dismounted. "Figured you might appreciate some before heading out." The simple offer contained no probing questions about nights spent on outcropping, no fishing for confirmation of extraordinary encounter that Jasper likely anticipated based on previous experience with visitors to Stargazer's Point. This restraint, this respect for privacy of transformative experiences, struck Elijah as quintessentially frontier in its understated acknowledgement that some journeys belonged primarily to those who undertook them. "Much obliged," he replied, securing Belle before joining Jasper on rough-hewn porch. They shared coffee and simple breakfast in companionable silence, broken occasionally by practical observations about weather and trail conditions. Only as Elijah prepared for departure did Jasper finally make indirect reference to previous night's events. "Hollow treats everyone differently," the old man remarked, tamping tobacco into his pipe. "Provides what's needed, not always what's expected." Elijah nodded, recognizing truth in observation that applied beyond immediate circumstances to life's broader journey. Seems that way with most worthwhile places. "Appreciate your hospitality. Passing through again, stop by," Jasper offered, lighting his pipe with practiced motion. "Coffee pot's usually on." The invitation, like everything about their brief acquaintance, balanced genuine welcome against recognition of transient nature of frontier relationships. They had shared significant intersection, without presumption of continued connection, honoring both encounters' value and its natural conclusion. Mounted on Belle with provisions replenished from Jasper's modest stores, Elijah paused before departing, gaze drawn toward eastern ridge where outcropping remained visible from valley floor. Sunlight now illuminated Stargazer's Point fully, transforming night's mysterious venue into daytime landmark that appeared ordinary yet retained memory of extraordinary experiences. "The stars hold multiple stories simultaneously," he said, quoting Leah's description of Thomas's perspective, different patterns depending on what we need from them. Jasper nodded, understanding reference without requiring elaboration. Wise view applies to more than just stars. With brief farewell gesture, Elijah guided Belle toward trail leading out of Juniper Hollow. The path wound through stands of ancient junipers, whose twisted forms seemed to acknowledge his passage with subtle shifting that might have been merely wind through branches. As valley entrance approached, he turned once in saddle for final backward glance at landscape that had briefly hosted unexpectedly consequential portion of his journey. Juniper Hollow spread beneath morning sun, beautiful by conventional measures, yet containing depths beyond visual appreciation. Somewhere within its embrace, a woman who had transformed grief into luminous connection continued her extraordinary existence. On ridge-top outcropping, where stars revealed multiple stories awaited future visitors, whose needs might align with its particular offerings. Near Valley Center, old man who had witnessed decades of intersections between ordinary and extraordinary, tended his simple life with quiet wisdom. Turning forward again, Elijah continued toward wider world beyond canyon walls, carrying altered relationship with his own grief alongside new awareness of mysterious currents flowing beneath visible landscape. The telegram remained in his breast pocket, physical reminder of brother's passing that had initiated journey without destination, yet its emotional weight had subtly shifted, still present but differently integrated within broader context. Ahead lay frontier without predetermined path. Behind remained hollow where starlight transformed sorrow into something luminous yet grounded in genuine human experience. Between these positions, Elijah traveled with heightened awareness that grief's landscape contained possibilities beyond conventional understanding. Doorways that remained partially open despite apparent finality. Connections that persisted across separations physical consciousness perceived as absolute. As passage through canyon walls completed transition from hollow to wider wilderness, morning sun warmed his shoulders, while breeze carried scent of sage and distant rain. Belle maintained steady pace, each step marking continued journey through territories both physical and emotional, both mapped and mysterious. Above, single raven appeared briefly against blue sky before banking toward distant ridge, solitary witness to departures that contained seeds of future arrivals, endings that held beginnings yet to unfold. Elijah Morgan rode westward, carrying altered grief alongside new appreciation for transformative possibilities present, even within experiences of profound loss. Stars would emerge again with evening's arrival, holding multiple stories simultaneously, offering patterns aligned with human needs without surrendering cosmic perspective that placed individual sorrows within universal context, where light traveled across darkness without diminishment. The starlight widow of Juniper Hollow continued her luminous vigil on distant ridge, transformed by grief that had become pathway rather than prison. Somewhere between these journeys, one anchored to specific location, one continuing across unknown territories, connection had formed that altered both travelers in ways that defied simple explanation, yet honored experience's genuine significance. As distance gradually claimed Juniper Hollow's visible features, something of its essence remained with the departing rider, not as burden carried, but as perspective integrated, not as story concluded, but as chapter within continuing narrative, where endings and beginnings revealed themselves as different interpretations of same transitional moments. Different patterns discerned among unchanging stars. As distance gradually claimed Juniper Hollow's visible features, something of its essence remained with the departing rider, not as burden carried, but as perspective integrated, not as story concluded, but as chapter within continuing narrative, where endings and beginnings revealed themselves as different interpretations of same transitional moments, different patterns discerned among unchanging stars. The frontier held many such places of wonder and mystery. As night falls and our journey with Elijah and the Starlight Widow comes to a close, our minds drift westward, toward another tale whispered around campfires and trading posts across the territory. Let yourself be carried now to Thunder Canyon, where towering stone walls echo with the distant rumble of hoofbeats from unseen riders, and where another legend awaits beneath the vast canvas of stars. A legend of an ancient saddle, crafted by hands guided by powers beyond ordinary understanding, whose intricate patterns shimmer with a life of their own when moonlight touches the weathered leather. The last light of day painted the western sky in hues of amber and gold as Ethan Morgan made his way along the narrow trail that wound through Thunder Canyon. At 23, Ethan had spent the better part of 5 years working cattle across 3 territories, his lean frame hardened by long days in the saddle and nights spent under star-filled skies. His weathered hat, pulled low against the setting sun, cast shadows across eyes that had grown accustomed to reading both beast and land with equal skill. The canyon stretched before him like an ancient riverbed carved by gods rather than water, its towering walls rising hundreds of feet on either side. Local stories claimed the place had been split open by a thunderbolt in times before memory, and something about the air here, a certain heaviness, a subtle charge, made such tales easy to believe despite their obvious impossibility. Ethan had heard the old-timers speak of Thunder Canyon with a reverence usually reserved for churches, describing how storms gathered here with unusual frequency, how lightning would dance between the canyon walls while barely a drop of rain would fall. Ethan hadn't planned to be here as twilight approached. The Rocking M Ranch, where he'd signed on 3 months prior, lay a good 5 miles northeast, and he'd only meant to track a stray yearling reported near the canyon's edge. But something about the place had drawn him deeper. A curiosity, perhaps, or simply the rare pleasure of solitude after weeks surrounded by the constant noise and motion of the ranch during spring branding. A cool breeze swept through the canyon, carrying with it the scent of sage and distant rain. Ethan paused, lifting his head to test the air like an animal sensing change. Storm coming, though still miles off. He should turn back, find higher ground before darkness fell completely, yet he hesitated. Ahead, the trail bent around a mass of fallen rock, beyond which lay a section of the canyon he'd never explored. Just a quick look, he promised himself, then he'd head back. As he rounded the bend, the trail widened into a small clearing bordered by a sheer cliff on one side and a gentle slope studded with juniper on the other. What caught his eye, however, was not the unexpected opening in the otherwise narrow passage, but what sat at its center. A saddle, propped carefully against a flat-topped boulder, as if placed there deliberately rather than lost or abandoned. Even in the fading light, Ethan could see this was no ordinary saddle. The leather, a rich mahogany color that seemed to hold the last rays of sunlight within it, bore intricate tooling unlike any he'd encountered, patterns that suggested storm clouds and lightning bolts running along the fenders, with smaller, more delicate designs resembling rainfall etched into the seat and skirt. Silver conchos adorned the saddle at regular intervals, not ostentatious like those favored by wealthy ranchers or Mexican dignitaries, but simple circles hammered with the same storm motifs that dominated the leatherwork. Well now, Ethan murmured to himself, approaching with the cautious respect of someone who understood the value of quality craftsmanship. Who would leave something like you out here? He circled the saddle once, noting its excellent condition despite being exposed to the elements. No sign of weather damage, no cracking in the leather, not even dust settled in the intricate carvings. It seemed impossible, yet the evidence sat before him. A saddle that appeared freshly oiled and polished, without horse or rider for miles in any direction. Ethan crouched beside it, running callous fingertips across the smooth leather surface. The moment his skin made contact, a curious sensation traveled up his arm, not unpleasant but startling in its intensity. A tingling warmth like the feeling of blood returning to a numbed limb spread from his fingers through his palm and wrist before dissipating at his elbow. Startled, he pulled his hand back, examining his fingertips as if expecting to find them marked somehow by the experience. Nothing showed on his skin, yet the sensation lingered in his memory. Curiosity overcame caution, and he reached out again, this time grasping the saddle horn firmly. The sensation returned, stronger now, but accompanied by something else. A profound sense of tranquility that seemed to emanate from the saddle itself, flowing into him through points of contact between skin and leather. The impending storm, his responsibilities back at the ranch, even his awareness of the darkening sky, all receded before this unexpected calm that settled over him like a warm blanket on a cold night. Without conscious decision, Ethan found himself lifting the saddle from its resting place. It was lighter than expected, balanced perfectly in his hands, as if designed specifically for his grip. An inexplicable urge to sit upon it overcame his usual practical nature. He knew it was foolish. A saddle needed a horse, after all. Yet the compulsion persisted. Moving to the flat-topped boulder where the saddle had rested, Ethan placed it carefully atop the stone surface, securing it as he would on a horse's back. Then, feeling slightly ridiculous yet unable to resist, he swung himself up and settled into the seat. The fit was perfect. So perfect, it momentarily took his breath away. Every curve and contour of the saddle seemed designed specifically for his form, cradling him with a comfort he'd never experienced in all his years of riding. More remarkable still was the sensation that flowed through him the moment he sat. That same calming warmth he'd felt when touching the saddle, but magnified tenfold, spreading throughout his entire body, until it reached even the tight muscles at the back of his neck that never quite relaxed after long days of physical labor. With the comfort came clarity, a sharpened awareness that seemed paradoxically paired with profound relaxation. The canyon around him appeared more vivid, colors deepening rather than fading with the approaching night. He could distinguish individual leaves on juniper trees 50 yards distant, count the layers of sediment in the canyon walls, even spot a hawk circling high above. Details that should have been lost in the gathering dusk. But it wasn't just his sight that heightened. Ethan became aware of sounds that had been present all along, yet somehow filtered out by his conscious mind. The soft scratching of lizards moving across stone, the whisper of wind threading through juniper needles, and most surprisingly, the distant rhythmic sound of hooves approaching along the canyon floor. Not the sharp clatter of shod horses, but the softer, more measured steps of what he recognized after years of working with various livestock as a mule. Turning toward the source of the sound, Ethan watched as a lone mule ambled around the bend he'd navigated earlier. The animal, a sturdy blue roan with intelligent eyes set in a graying face, showed no surprise at finding a man perched on a saddle atop a boulder in the middle of nowhere. It simply approached with unhurried confidence, stopping a few feet away to regard Ethan with what he could only describe as patient expectation. "Where'd you come from, old-timer?" Ethan asked, his voice sounding oddly melodious in the quiet canyon. The mule's ears flicked forward at the sound, but it offered no other response beyond a slow blink of eyes that seemed to hold wisdom beyond what any beast should possess. Something about those eyes reminded Ethan of Thomas Blackwood, the eldest ranch hand at Rocking M, a man who spoke rarely but whose gaze contained similar depths of quiet knowing. As if the thought had conjured him from the gathering shadows, a voice spoke from the direction the mule had come. "I see you found the saddle. Or perhaps it's more accurate to say, the saddle has found you." Ethan turned, momentarily startled despite the enhanced awareness he'd been experiencing. There, walking with the measured pace of someone who had long ago surrendered any need for hurry, came Thomas Blackwood himself. At 72, Thomas was the oldest working cowhand in the territory, his face a topographic map of lines earned through decades under harsh sun and howling winter winds. His silver hair hung in a neat queue down his back, and though he wore the practical clothing of a working cattleman, something in his bearing suggested nobility that had nothing to do with birth and everything to do with character, forged through a lifetime of meeting the land on its own terms. "Mr. Blackwood," Ethan acknowledged, suddenly feeling foolish perched atop an empty saddle like a child playing make-believe. "I was tracking that stray yearling and found this." He gestured at the saddle beneath him, realizing as he did so that he was reluctant to dismount despite his embarrassment. "Did you leave it here?" Thomas shook his head slowly, coming to stand beside the patient mule. He rested one gnarled hand on the animal's neck with the easy familiarity of longtime companions. "No, son. That saddle has been finding its way to folk in this canyon longer than I've been drawing breath. I'm just one of many who've had the privilege of sitting where you are now." There was no mockery in Thomas's tone, only a simple statement of fact, delivered with the same straightforward manner he applied to all communication. It was one of the things Ethan had come to respect about the old man over their months working together. Thomas Blackwood never wasted words on exaggeration or invented importance. If he said the saddle had been finding people, then as far as he was concerned, that was simply the truth of the matter. "I don't understand," Ethan admitted, still making no move to dismount. The comfort and clarity he'd experienced upon sitting remained, making the idea of leaving the saddle strangely unappealing, despite the growing darkness and distant rumble of approaching storm. Thomas nodded as if this response was entirely expected. "That's reasonable. Most don't understand at first." He gestured toward the mule beside him. "Blue here can carry us both back to my camp. It's not far, and I've got coffee hot and beans warming over the fire. The saddle will keep until morning. It always does. I suspect you might have some questions that would be easier discussed over a meal than balanced on that rock." Put that way, the suggestion made perfect sense. Ethan reluctantly swung his leg over and dismounted, lifting the saddle from the boulder with the same care he'd place it there. As he moved to set it back against the stone, Thomas spoke again. "Bring it along," the old man suggested quietly. "Once it's chosen someone, it tends to show up regardless. Easier just to accept the invitation than pretend it didn't happen." Ethan paused, saddle still in his hands, processing this odd statement with the enhanced clarity that had come upon him since touching the leather. He should have found the words nonsensical, yet something in him recognized their truth, or at least their alignment with the strangeness of his own experience over the past half hour. "All right," he agreed, approaching the mule that Thomas had called Blue. The animal stood perfectly still as Ethan secured the saddle on its back with practiced movements. Once finished, he stepped back, admiring how the rich leather seemed to belong on the mule, despite its unusual ornamentation. "You said your camp isn't far, just around that next bend where the canyon widens enough for comfort without losing the shelter of its walls." Thomas patted Blue's neck affectionately. "He can carry us both. I'm lighter than I look, and he's stronger than he appears." As if understanding the discussion of his capabilities, Blue snorted softly and shifted his weight, clearly prepared to bear the burden of both men without complaint. Thomas mounted first with the fluid grace of someone who had been climbing onto equine backs for the better part of 7 decades, then extended a hand to help Ethan up behind him. Once seated, they set off at Blue's steady pace, the mule picking its way along the darkening trail with confidence that suggested intimate familiarity with every stone and turn. Neither man spoke as they rode, Ethan finding unexpected comfort in the silence that stretched between them. It wasn't the awkward quiet of strangers with nothing to say, but the easy companionship of those who recognize no immediate need for words. Around the bend, just as Thomas had indicated, the canyon widened into a natural alcove where centuries of weather had carved a shallow cave into the western wall. Before it, a small campfire burned with steady flames, a coffee pot suspended above it on an ingenious arrangement of metal rods that could be adjusted for temperature control. Nearby, a simple bedroll lay neatly arranged beside a worn saddlebag and what appeared to be a small, leather-bound book. Blue stopped without prompting beside the fire, standing patiently as his riders dismounted. With quick, practiced movements, Thomas removed the storm-petted saddle from the mule's back, setting it carefully on a flat rock near the fire, where the dancing light seemed to bring its intricate designs to life, making the carved lightning bolts appear to flash across the tooled storm clouds. "Sit," Thomas invited, gesturing toward a fallen log that had been positioned as a bench near the fire. "Coffee's hot, and those beans should be ready by now." They ate in silence for several minutes, the beans simple but satisfying, the coffee strong enough to stand a spoon in, just as Ethan preferred it. Only when both had emptied their plates did Thomas speak again, his voice taking on the rhythmic quality of someone settling into a well-worn tale. "That saddle belonged to a man named Joseph Sandoval," he began, setting his empty plate aside and cradling his coffee cup in hands that bore the marks of decades of rope and reins. Half Mexican, half something else. Some said Navajo, others Ute, though Joseph himself never claimed any particular heritage beyond that of a man who rode the storms. Thomas paused, taking a sip of his coffee before continuing. He first came to these parts in '69, during a drought that had lasted 3 summers, stock dying everywhere, springs dried up, ranchers losing everything they'd built over decades. Joseph rode into Thunder Canyon during the worst of it, they say. "Rode in on that mule there," he nodded toward Blue, though how that could be, I couldn't say. Blue's old, but not that old. Ethan glanced toward the grazing mule, who flicked an ear in their direction as if aware of being discussed. "The same mule? That's not possible. Many things about this canyon challenge what we consider possible," Thomas replied mildly. "I'm simply telling the story as it was told to me, by someone who heard it, from those who were there." Accepting this qualification with a nod, Ethan settled back, instinctively adopting the posture of a man prepared to listen rather than question. Thomas acknowledged this subtle shift with a slight incline of his head before resuming his tale. Joseph came to the canyon with nothing but that mule, his bedroll and a saddle he'd been working on for years, the very one you found today. He claimed he'd been following the storms, learning their ways, gathering their wisdom, said he could feel them coming days before the first cloud appeared, could sense where lightning would strike before the thunder even sounded. Thomas paused to add a small log to the fire, the flames briefly dancing higher before settling back into their steady rhythm. Most thought him touched in the head, of course, until the night he rode out into Thunder Canyon, during the worst electrical storm anyone had seen in living memory. He rode out into a lightning storm. Ethan couldn't help interrupting, his eyes drifting toward the saddle with new appreciation for its storm-themed designs. Deliberately? So the story goes, Thomas confirmed. Rode out on blue, wearing that saddle he'd spent years crafting. Leather tanned with special oils, tooled with symbols he claimed would speak to the storm itself, inlaid with silver he'd collected from strikes he'd witnessed across 3 territories. The old rancher's voice dropped slightly, taking on a more reverent tone. They say the lightning danced around him that night, striking everywhere but never touching him or his mount. And when he returned the next morning, the clouds followed him out of the canyon, and 3 days later came the rain that ended the drought. Not a flash flood that would wash away more than it saved, but gentle, soaking rains that fell for a week straight, bringing life back to land that had forgotten what green looked like. Ethan found himself staring at the saddle with new eyes, noting how the firelight seemed to catch and hold in the silver inlays, making them gleam like distant lightning on a dark horizon. You're saying he controlled the storm, made it rain? Thomas shook his head slowly. I'm saying he understood something about this place, about the relationship between sky and earth that most of us never grasp. The old ones, Navajo, Apache, Ute, they knew Thunder Canyon was special long before white men or Mexicans ever set foot here. A place where the boundary between worlds grows thin, where what we think of as separate things, heaven and earth, body and spirit, past and future, touch one another like clouds touching mountaintops. The explanation should have sounded like superstitious nonsense to Ethan's practical mind, yet something in him resonated with the words. Perhaps it was the lingering effect of sitting in the saddle, that strange clarity that had come over him, or simply the undeniable power of this place with its towering walls and air that seemed alive with potential energy. Whatever the cause, he found himself nodding slowly, accepting rather than dismissing. Ask. The drought ended, Joseph became something of a legend in these parts, Thomas continued. Not the flashy kind that dime novels get written about. He never shot anyone or robbed trains or any of that nonsense. His was a quieter fame, the kind that spreads through whispers rather than shouts. People said if you were troubled in mind or spirit seeking guidance, you might find Joseph Sandoval in Thunder Canyon, especially when storms threatened. Said he could help you find your way, though no one ever quite explained what that meant. Thomas fell silent for a moment, gazing into the fire as if seeing scenes from long ago playing in the dancing flames. When he spoke again, his voice carried the weight of personal significance. My father met him once, back in '82. Dad was young then, barely 20, and lost in more ways than one. His own father, my grandfather, had died suddenly, leaving him a ranch he wasn't ready to run, and responsibilities he wasn't prepared to shoulder. He rode into Thunder Canyon one evening much like you did today, not really planning to, just found himself there as the light was fading. Dad said he found Joseph sitting by a fire not unlike this one, that same saddle resting nearby. They talked through the night. Or rather, Joseph listened while my father poured out all his fears and doubts. Come morning, Joseph offered him the saddle to sit upon for a spell. Said it might help him see his path more clearly. Thomas turned his gaze from the fire to Ethan, eyes reflecting the flames. My father said that when he sat in that saddle, everything changed. Not the world around him, but how he perceived it. Suddenly, the problems that had seemed insurmountable appeared as challenges he could face one day at a time. The decisions that had paralyzed him became clear choices between paths, each with its own consequences he could accept. That's similar to what I felt, Ethan admitted quietly. like everything was clearer, calmer somehow. Not that my troubles vanished, but they seemed... He searched for the right words. Properly sized, neither larger nor smaller than their true importance. Thomas nodded, satisfied. That's what the saddle offers, as I understand it. Not answers, exactly, but perspective. A chance to see your life and choices from a different vantage point. The way a rider sees the landscape differently than someone on foot. A comfortable silence fell between them, broken only by the soft crackling of the fire and the occasional snort from Blue as he continued his unhurried grazing nearby. In the distance, thunder rumbled, closer now, the storm approaching with the patient inevitability of all natural forces. What happened to him? Ethan finally asked. To Joseph Sandoval. Thomas set his empty coffee cup aside, resting his hands on knees that had spent decades gripping horseback. The stories vary. Some say he rode out into a particularly violent storm in the summer of '89 and never returned, at least not in any form folks recognized. Others claim he simply grew older, like all men do, and one day decided his work here was complete. Supposedly he left the saddle behind, saying it would find those who needed its guidance even without him there to facilitate the introduction. The old rancher gestured toward the intricately tooled leather gleaming in the firelight. All I know for certain is that saddle has been appearing to people in Thunder Canyon for as long as I can remember. Always to those at some crossroads, facing decisions or burdens that seem too heavy to bear alone. It comes and goes as needed, never stays with any one person for long. By morning you'll find it's made its way back to the canyon, waiting for the next person who needs what it offers. Ethan's brow furrowed slightly. Are you saying it moves on its own? That's impossible, Thomas finished for him, a hint of amusement crinkling the corners of his eyes. Perhaps, yet here we sit, having this conversation, after you found a perfectly maintained saddle sitting alone in a canyon where rainstorms can appear from clear skies and lightning dances between stone walls without striking ground. Sometimes impossible simply means we haven't expanded our understanding to accommodate what exists beyond our expectation. There was wisdom in those words that Ethan couldn't deny, especially in light of his experiences since finding the saddle. He turned his gaze toward the object in question, studying how the intricate storm patterns seemed almost alive in the flickering firelight. You said your father met Joseph in 1882. That would make the saddle at least 40 years old, yet it looks newly made. Older than that? Thomas corrected gently. Joseph was already known in these parts by 69, remember? That puts the saddle at over 50 years minimum. Yet, as you observe, it shows no signs of age or wear. The implications hung between them, neither man feeling the need to state the obvious conclusion. The saddle, like the canyon itself, existed somewhat outside the normal rules that governed ordinary objects. Perhaps, Ethan thought, that was why sitting upon it had granted him that extraordinary clarity, because it allowed temporary access to a perspective beyond everyday limitation. Tomorrow, Thomas said, breaking the contemplative silence that had fallen between them, you'll ride back to the rocking M on Blue here. He knows the way, and he'll see you safely returned. The saddle will go with you, not permanently, mind you, but for as long as you need what it offers. Ethan opened his mouth to protest that he hadn't mentioned any need for guidance, then closed it again as he realized the futility of such denial. The truth was, he had been wrestling with questions these past months, about his future, about whether the cowhand's life he'd chosen at 18 remained the right path as he approached his mid-20s, about whether to accept the foreman position recently offered at a ranch up north, or continue his more footloose existence, moving from outfit to outfit as seasons and opportunities dictated. "How did you know?" he asked instead. Accepting the underlying premise of Thomas's statement, the older man smiled faintly. "The saddle doesn't find people without reason, son. Never has, least not in all the years I've known of its existence. That you encountered it today suggests you're standing at some crossroads, whether you've acknowledged it consciously or not." Rather than respond directly, Ethan posed another question that had been forming in his mind. "Have you sat in it yourself? The saddle, I mean." Thomas's gaze returned to the fire, his expression shifting subtly as if viewing memories only he could see. "3 times over the years," he admitted quietly. "First, when I was younger than you are now, trying to decide whether to follow my father's path as a rancher or pursue other dreams that pulled at me. Second, when I lost my wife to fever back in '96, wondering if I should sell everything and move back east to be near her family. And last," his voice softened further, "5 years ago, when age and a badly healed broken leg made me question whether I had anything left to offer in a young man's profession." "And did it help each time?" "Not in the way I might have expected," Thomas replied thoughtfully. "It never told me what to do or removed the necessity of making my own choices, but yes, it helped. Brought clarity when confusion threatened to overwhelm, perspective when problems seemed too close to see properly, and perhaps most importantly, a reminder that our lives are both profoundly important and beautifully insignificant in the greater patterns of existence." Thunder rumbled again, closer now, and a cool breeze swept through the campsite, causing the fire to dance momentarily higher. Thomas glanced upward at the narrow strip of sky visible between canyon walls, now dark except for occasional flashes of distant lightning. "Storm's moving in," he observed. "Best get some rest. Morning will come soon enough, and you've riding ahead of you." With the practiced efficiency of a man accustomed to making and breaking camp countless times, Thomas began preparing for night bank. Banking the fire to maintain heat without requiring constant attention, arranging his own bedroll more formally, and producing a second from his sparse supplies that he offered to Ethan. "You carry an extra bedroll?" Ethan asked, accepting it with thanks. Thomas shrugged slightly. "The canyon provides what's needed. I've learned to prepare accordingly." Morning arrived with the pearl-grey light that precedes true dawn filtering into the canyon to find Ethan already awake, sitting quietly beside the rekindled fire, with a cup of fresh coffee warming his hands. The promised storm had passed during the night. He'd half awakened several times to the sound of rain pattering against stone and the occasional crack of thunder echoing between canyon walls, leaving behind air so clean and crisp it seemed to have been newly created rather than merely washed. "Slept better than I have in months," Ethan admitted as Thomas joined him, pouring a second cup and offering it to the older man. "Despite the storm. Because of it, more likely," Thomas suggested, accepting the coffee with a nod of thanks. "Thunder Canyon earned its name honestly. Storms here have a way of clearing more than just the air. Mind and spirit tend to settle alongside the weather." They shared a simple breakfast, neither feeling the need for extended conversation as the canyon gradually brightened with morning light. Blue wandered back from wherever he'd sheltered during the night, looking no worse for the experience, his coat damp but his demeanor as placid as ever. As they packed up the modest camp, Ethan found his attention repeatedly drawn to the saddle, which somehow appeared even more vibrant in morning light than it had by firelight. The storm patterns tooled into the leather seemed to capture the essence of the weather that had passed through during the night. There was a vitality to the carved lightning bolts that went beyond skilled craftsmanship, a depth to the depicted clouds that suggested actual weight and movement. "It's different this morning," he observed quietly, running a hand along the saddle's skirt. "The designs, they seem more alive," Thomas finished for him when words failed. "Yes, the saddle changes subtly after storms pass through the canyon. Not physically, mind you. Same leather, same silver, same craftsmanship. But something about it responds to the energy released when sky and earth commune through lightning and thunder. Joseph called it breathing in the storm, according to the stories." "Time to head back," Thomas announced, once their modest belongings were packed. "Blue will carry you." "What about you?" Ethan asked, suddenly realizing he'd assumed they would travel together. Thomas shook his head slightly. "My path leads elsewhere today. Blue knows the way to Rockingham. He'll see you safely returned." There was something in the older man's tone that discouraged further questions, a certainty that suggested this separation had been predetermined in ways Ethan couldn't fully comprehend. Rather than press the issue, he simply nodded acceptance, securing his few possessions before carefully placing the storm-painted saddle on Blue's back. "The saddle will guide you when needed," Thomas said as Ethan prepared to mount. "Not with words or visions, nothing so dramatic. Just a clarity that helps you recognize the path you're already seeking." "And after?" Ethan asked, swinging up into the saddle where he immediately felt that same perfect fit, that same calm clarity washing over him. "You said it doesn't stay with any one person long." Thomas smiled faintly. "When its purpose with you is fulfilled, you'll find yourself bringing it back to the canyon, not because anyone tells you to, but because it will feel right. The natural completion of a circle. That's how it works." Simple as the explanation was, Ethan understood it carried truth. Already he could sense the temporary nature of his custodianship, not in any feeling of urgency or impending loss, but in the quiet knowledge that some relationships are meant to be transformative rather than permanent. With those words hanging in the morning air, Ethan nudged Blue forward with the gentlest of pressure, the mule responding immediately as if they had ridden together for years rather than meeting just hours before. As they moved away from the campsite, Ethan glanced back once to see Thomas watching their departure, his weathered figure somehow appearing both entirely human and strangely timeless against the ancient canyon walls. The journey back to Rockingham passed with remarkable ease. As they rode, Ethan found himself experiencing the landscape with that same enhanced clarity the saddle had granted him upon first sitting. Colors appeared more vibrant, sounds more distinct, scents more nuanced. More significant than these sensory enhancements, however, was the internal clarity that continued to develop as their journey progressed. The questions that had been troubling Ethan for months, about his future, his purpose, the choices before him, didn't vanish, but they arranged themselves in his mind with newfound order. Options that had seemed hopelessly entangled now appeared as distinct paths, each with its own merits and challenges. He found himself considering the foreman position he'd been offered up north, a chance for stability, for building something lasting, rather than drifting from ranch to ranch as he had these past 5 years. Yet alongside these practical considerations ran deeper currents of thought about the nature of his connection to this land, to the rhythms of seasonal work that had shaped his adult life thus far. The saddle seemed to encourage exploration of these less tangible aspects of his choices, not pushing him toward any particular decision, but helping him recognize the values that would make any path meaningful, for him personally. By the time they reached the ranch, Ethan had decided on a simple approach. He would acknowledge his unplanned overnight absence without elaborate explanation, integrate Blue among the ranch's other stock until proper arrangements could be made, and keep the saddle's special properties to himself, while allowing others to notice and admire its exceptional craftsmanship. "Morgan!" called Jackson, the current foreman, a stocky man in his 40s with perpetually sunburned features. Was about to send boys out looking for you. Everything all right? Ethan dismounted easily, patting Blue's neck in silent thanks for the safe journey. Fine, just got caught by the storm while tracking that stray. Found shelter in Thunder Canyon. Waited it out. Jackson nodded acceptance of this straightforward explanation, his practical nature seeing no reason to question further when the outcome, Ethan's safe return, was satisfactory. His attention shifted to Blue, assessing the mule with the practiced eye of someone who had spent decades evaluating equine quality. Where'd you get the mule and that saddle? Direct questions characteristic of the man's no-nonsense approach to supervision. Belonged to an old-timer camped in the canyon, Ethan replied, which was true enough. Let me borrow them to get back. I'll need to return them once I've had a chance to rest and eat. The following days established new patterns for Ethan. External routines of ranch work continued much as before, but his internal landscape had shifted in subtle yet profound ways. Each morning, before joining the day's assigned tasks, he spent time with the saddle, not always sitting upon it, but often simply running his hands across its intricate designs, while allowing thoughts to order themselves in that same clear pattern he'd first experienced in Thunder Canyon. A week after his canyon experience, Jackson approached him after evening meal, suggesting a walk away from the bunkhouse, where their conversation might remain private. They strolled toward the eastern pasture, now silvered with moonlight that transformed everyday landscapes into something almost ethereal. That foreman position up north, Jackson began without preamble, characteristic directness unaltered by the contemplative setting. You given it more thought? Ethan had in fact been considering it extensively during his morning sessions with the saddle. Some, he acknowledged. Still weighing options. Jackson nodded, seeming to understand the deliberate nature of Ethan's consideration. Got another possibility for you, if you're interested in hearing it. Curious, Ethan indicated for him to continue. I'm moving on come spring, Jackson stated matter-of-factly. Buying a small spread over in Tall Trees region. Nothing fancy, but enough to run a decent herd if managed right. Owner here knows, has been thinking about who might take over as foreman. He paused, glancing sideways at Ethan as they walked. Your name came up, mine too, suggesting you. Thought you should know it's on the table if it factors into your decisions. The information landed with significance. Ethan immediately recognized. Rockingham was a larger operation than the northern ranch that had extended an offer, with better established infrastructure and reputation. The foreman position here would represent greater responsibility, but also greater opportunity for growth. More importantly, it would mean remaining near Thunder Canyon, a consideration that wouldn't have factored into his thinking before experiencing the saddle's mysteries, but now registered as genuinely significant. Been doing some thinking, Ethan acknowledged simply, not elaborating on the source of his enhanced clarity. Good kind of thinking, seems like, Jackson noted. The kind that comes from perspective. Reminds me of changes I went through myself some years back. His gaze shifted momentarily toward the distant outline of Thunder Canyon, barely visible in the moonlight. Sometimes a man needs to step outside his usual view to see things properly. Morning found Ethan unusually restless. After breakfast, rather than immediately joining assigned work crews, he made his way to the tack room where the storm-patterned saddle rested. As he'd done each morning this past week, he spent time with it, hands tracing familiar patterns while mind sorted through options with that now familiar clarity. Today, however, something felt different. The saddle's intricate design seemed more vivid beneath his fingertips, the silver inlays catching morning light with particular brilliance. Without conscious decision, Ethan found himself lifting it from its rack, feeling again that perfect balance. that sense of the saddle being both ordinary leather and something more, a conduit between everyday awareness and deeper understanding. Following intuition rather than planned intention, he carried the saddle toward the corral where Blue had spent the past week. The mule, as if expecting him, stood already at the gate, ears pricked forward in apparent readiness. No word had been spoken, no signal given that Ethan was conscious of, yet the animal clearly anticipated what was coming. Jackson, emerging from the barn, noticed Ethan's approach with saddle in hand. Their eyes met briefly across the yard, a moment of silent communication in which the foreman seemed to read Ethan's intentions with immediate clarity. He offered a simple nod before deliberately turning his attention elsewhere, granting privacy to whatever was unfolding. Blue stood perfectly still as Ethan placed the saddle on his back, securing it with practiced movements that felt guided by more than mere muscle memory. Once properly arranged, Ethan swung himself up, settling into that perfect fit he'd experienced in Thunder Canyon, the leather conforming to his form as if custom made for his specific dimensions. Immediately, that same clarity washed over him, but with new intensity. Not merely organizing existing thoughts, but illuminating connections between them he hadn't previously recognized. The decision that had occupied his consideration these past days suddenly appeared in perfect focus, not as problem requiring solution, but as opportunity for alignment between internal values and external circumstances. Without conscious command, Blue began moving, carrying him away from the ranch yard toward open country that led eventually to Thunder Canyon. Ethan made no effort to direct or restrain. The rightness of this journey registered with undeniable certainty, a necessary completion of processes set in motion a week earlier when saddle and rider first connected. Thunder Canyon appeared on the horizon, its distinctive formation unmistakable even at distance. As they drew closer, Ethan noted how the canyon walls seemed to shimmer slightly in morning light, an effect he might once have attributed to heat waves or visual illusion, but now recognized as something more. The visible manifestation of energies typically beyond ordinary perception. Blue's pace remained unhurried, yet purposeful as they entered the canyon itself, the temperature dropping slightly as stone walls rose around them. The trail wound familiar paths, eventually opening into the same clearing where Ethan had first discovered the saddle, that flat-topped boulder still positioned at center, as if waiting for their return. Without guidance, Blue approached the boulder and stopped, standing perfectly still as Ethan dismounted. The moment his feet touched ground, Ethan knew with absolute certainty why they had come. Not through verbal thought, but through bone-deep recognition that a cycle was completing, that what had been offered had been received, and that gratitude now called for return. With careful movements that felt somehow ceremonial despite their simplicity, he removed the saddle from Blue's back and placed it on the flat boulder exactly as he had found it a week earlier. The intricate storm patterns caught the morning light, silver inlays briefly flashing with unusual brightness before settling into more ordinary gleam. As his hands left the leather, Ethan experienced one final surge of that extraordinary clarity, a culminating insight that integrated all he had received during his time with the saddle. His path forward appeared with perfect distinctness. He would accept the foreman position at Rocking M when officially offered, building connections to this land and its mysteries that nourished rather than diminished his spirit. The decision felt neither imposed nor calculated, but recognized the natural alignment of internal truth with external opportunity. Blue watched with that same patient dignity that characterized his entire bearing, ears flicked forward as if attending to sounds beyond human perception. When Ethan turned from the saddle toward him, the mule dipped his head slightly in what felt remarkably like acknowledgement of completion. "Thank you," Ethan said quietly, the words meant for both the mule and the saddle, and perhaps for whatever larger mysteries they represented. He expected Blue to turn back toward the ranch, their purpose here apparently fulfilled. Instead, the mule remained motionless, watching him with those wise eyes that reminded him so much of Thomas Blackwood. After a moment's confusion, Ethan realized what was being communicated. Blue would remain with the saddle, as Thomas had suggested was their usual pattern. Their paths diverged here, each returning to their proper place in the larger order of things. With a final pat to the mule's strong neck, Ethan turned and began walking toward the canyon's entrance. As he reached the bend that would take the clearing from view, Ethan paused and looked back one last time. Blue still stood beside the boulder where the saddle rested, his outline somehow less distinct than it had been moments before, not as if obscured by distance or poor visibility, but as if the boundaries between mule and surrounding air had grown somehow permeable. More striking still was the faint figure that now appeared to stand beside Blue. Tall and straight-backed, with silver hair catching sunlight as it moved slightly in the canyon breeze. Though distance prevented clear identification, something in the figure's bearing suggested Thomas Blackwood. Or perhaps, Ethan thought with sudden insight, Joseph Sandoval himself, the legendary creator whose spirit many believed still rode the storms that gave Thunder Canyon its name. Whether physical presence or visual manifestation of deeper truth, Ethan couldn't determine, nor did he feel need to categorize what he witnessed. Some mysteries functioned best when experienced rather than explained, their value lying in expansion of perception rather than definitive classification. With a slight nod of acknowledgement toward both figures, one equine, one human, both now seeming to shimmer at the edges as if not fully contained by ordinary physical limitations, Ethan turned away, continuing his journey back toward everyday responsibilities that would now be approached with expanded awareness of their place within larger patterns of existence. Thunder Canyon had shared its mysteries, offering not answers, but perspective, the recognition that seemingly contradictory truths could coexist within larger understanding. The enchanted saddle had served its purpose, bringing clarity that would remain even as its physical presence returned to the canyon where it belonged. As Ethan walked the trail leading eventually back to Rock MM, the morning air around him seemed charged with quiet potential, not dramatic or demanding, but patient and ever-present for those prepared to recognize its subtle invitations toward expanded perception. Thunder Canyon and its mysteries would remain available when needed, a resource not claimed but honored through appropriate relationship. In that recognition lay perhaps the most valuable gift the enchanted saddle had offered. Not just clarity regarding immediate decisions, but awareness of ongoing connection to wisdom that existed beyond ordinary boundaries, accessible through receptivity rather than demand. The canyon would continue its ancient vigilance, the saddle would find others in need of its unique perspective, and Blue would carry both saddle and riders as needed, all participating in cycles larger than any individual life, yet touching each with transformative potential, with each step carrying him back toward familiar responsibilities. Ethan felt gratitude settle within him like weather after a storm, clear, fresh, alive with possibilities that existed not despite, but because of natural limitations that gave meaningful form to unlimited potential. The enchanted saddle of Thunder Canyon had offered its gifts freely, asking only appropriate recognition in return. An exchange as old as human relationship with mystery itself, and as new as each individual's discovery of wisdom, waiting beyond everyday perception. As the echoes of Thunder Canyon's wisdom faded into memory, another tale of frontier mystery awaited those ready to journey through the dreamscape of the Old West. Where the enchanted saddle had brought clarity through storms and silver, a different artifact of wonder would soon cast its gentle glow across the vast expanses of the silent plains, a place where whispers carried for miles and stars hung so low they seemed within reach of outstretched fingers. The lantern of Silent Plains, like the saddle before it, revealed that the true magic of the frontier lay not in gunfights or gold rushes, but in the quiet moments of connection between souls, land, and the mysteries that dwelled in the spaces between. The last light of day stretched across the silent plains, painting the endless sea of grass in hues of amber and gold. Thomas Morgan paused atop a gentle rise, removing his worn cavalry hat to wipe the sweat from his brow. At 43, he had spent more years than he cared to count traversing these territories, yet the vastness of the plains still humbled him. The wind whispered through the tall grasses, creating rolling waves that extended to the horizon in every direction. Isolated patches of wildflowers punctuated the landscape with splashes of purple and yellow, their delicate blooms nodding gently in the evening breeze. Thomas took a deep pull from his canteen, the tepid water doing little to quench the dust that had settled in his throat during the long day's ride. His horse, a sturdy buckskin mare named Sadie, shifted beneath him, equally tired from their journey. He had not intended to be out this late, but the shortcut he'd taken from Fort Mercer had proven less direct than promised. "Not much farther, girl," Thomas murmured, though the reassurance rang hollow even to his own ears. In truth, he wasn't entirely sure where they were. The Silent Plains had earned their name not just for their profound quiet, but for the way they swallowed landmarks and rendered conventional navigation all but useless. Miles of seemingly identical terrain stretched in every direction, with only subtle variations in the gently rolling landscape to distinguish one section from another. As the sun dipped below the horizon, Thomas felt the first fingers of unease brush the back of his neck. He had expected to reach the old trading post by now, a simple way station where travelers could find basic provisions and a corner to spread their bedroll for the night. But the endless sea of grass showed no signs of human habitation, no telltale wisp of smoke rising from a chimney, no faint outline of a structure against the darkening sky. Sadie's ears pricked forward suddenly, her stride faltering. Thomas leaned forward, patting her neck. "What is it, girl?" he asked, scanning the horizon. For a moment, he saw nothing unusual, just the endless plains now bathed in the deepening blue of twilight. Then he spotted it. A faint glow in the distance, so subtle he might have missed it if not for Sadie's keen senses. A light. Too steady for a campfire, too isolated for a settlement. It flickered slightly, a warm golden beacon against the gathering darkness. Thomas frowned, trying to recall if there were any homesteads in this particular stretch of the plains. None came to mind. "Well, Sadie," he said after a moment of consideration, "that light means people, and people mean shelter." He guided the mare toward the distant glow, though she seemed oddly reluctant, her steps hesitant as they left the small rise and descended into a shallow depression that momentarily obscured the light from view. When they crested the next gentle slope, Thomas expected the light to appear closer, but it remained just as distant as before, a tantalizingly remote beacon that seemed to promise safety while remaining just beyond reach. He checked his pocket watch, squinting in the fading light to make out the position of the hands. Nearly 8 o'clock. They had been riding toward the light for almost 20 minutes, with seemingly no progress made. A coyote's lonely call drifted across the plains, followed by the answering chorus of its pack, closer than Thomas would have liked. Sadie snorted nervously, and he patted her neck again, offering what reassurance he could. "We'll keep moving," he told her. "That light has to lead somewhere." As true darkness settled over the silent plains, the stars emerged in breathtaking clarity. Countless points of light scattered across the vast canopy of night. The moon rose, a waxing crescent that provided just enough illumination to navigate safely across the rolling terrain. Thomas kept Sadie at a steady walk, knowing that a prairie dog hole or hidden dip could mean a broken leg for horse and disaster for rider if they moved too quickly in the darkness. The light remained their guide, sometimes seeming to drift slightly left or right, but always present, always beckoning. Another hour passed, and Thomas began to wonder if they were following some strange natural phenomenon. Perhaps marsh gas or one of those phosphorescent occurrences he'd heard miners describe. But no, the light moved with too much purpose, and occasionally he thought he could discern the distinctive shape of a lantern, complete with its metal frame surrounding the steady flame. "Hello," he called, his voice sounding oddly muffled in the vast openness of the plains. "Hello there, traveler. I'm in need of direction." Only the whisper of wind through grass answered him. That and the distant yip of coyotes still trailing somewhere behind. Thomas sighed, removing his hat briefly to run a hand through his graying hair. This was foolishness, following a mysterious light across unfamiliar terrain. Yet what choice did he have? Better to pursue the promise of human contact, however uncertain, than to wander blindly through the plains until exhaustion claimed them both. Just as he was about to give up and make camp where they stood, the light seemed to brighten and grow marginally closer. Thomas straightened in the saddle, suddenly alert. Yes, the light was definitely nearer now, and he could clearly make out the distinctive shape of an old-fashioned railroad lantern, the kind with a wire cage surrounding the glass chimney that protected the flame from wind. More curious still, he now perceived a figure carrying the lantern, the silhouette of a man moving at an unhurried pace across the plains. The sight brought both relief and caution. A fellow traveler might offer information about their location and the nearest shelter, but strangers encountered alone in remote areas weren't always friendly. Thomas rested his hand casually near the revolver holstered at his hip, a precaution born of years living in frontier territories where law existed more as concept than reality. "Hello there," he called again, louder this time. "I'm afraid I've lost my way. Might you know where the trading post lies?" The figure neither responded nor altered its pace, continuing that steady progress across the plains. Now that Thomas focused, there seemed something odd about the way the man moved. A smoothness that defied the uneven terrain, as if he glided just above the prairie grasses, rather than walking through them. "I mean no trouble," Thomas tried again, guiding Sadie to intercept the lantern-bearer's path, "just looking for shelter for the night." The distance between them closed more rapidly now, and Thomas expected the stranger to acknowledge him at any moment. Instead, the figure maintained its course, passing almost perpendicular to Thomas's position about 50 yards ahead. In the combined glow of moon and lantern light, Thomas caught glimpses of a man in simple frontier clothing, faded canvas pants, a worn cotton shirt, a wide-brimmed hat pulled low, but could discern no clear features. "Sir," Thomas called, a note of frustration entering his voice as he nudged Sadie into a trot to catch up. "Please, a moment of your time." As they drew within 30 yards, the stranger finally paused, half turning toward Thomas. The lantern light illuminated the lower portion of his face, a strong jaw dusted with silver-streaked stubble, lips pressed into a solemn line, but shadows from his hat brim concealed his eyes. For a long moment neither man spoke. Then, wordlessly, the stranger raised his free hand and pointed westward before resuming his measured pace eastward. Thomas remained where he was, watching in confusion as the lantern-bearer continued unhurriedly across the plains. Something about the encounter left him unsettled, not frightened exactly, but disquieted, as if he had brushed against something beyond ordinary experience. The stranger hadn't spoken, hadn't fully acknowledged him beyond that silent directional gesture, yet Thomas felt certain the man had recognized his predicament and offered what guidance he could. Looking westward in the direction the stranger had indicated, Thomas noticed a faint glow on the horizon, different from the isolated brilliance of the lantern. This was the diffuse illumination of multiple lights, perhaps a settlement, or the trading post he sought. Relief coursed through him, tempered by lingering confusion about this strange encounter. When he turned back, intending to offer thanks to the silent guide, Thomas discovered the lantern-bearer had vanished. No trace of light marked his progress across the plains, though he couldn't possibly have traveled beyond view in such a short time. The hairs on Thomas's neck prickled. He was not a superstitious man by nature, but frontier territories bred respect for phenomena that defied easy explanation. "Come on, Sadie," he murmured, turning the mare westward toward the promising glow on the horizon. "Let's find that trading post." They rode in silence for another half hour, the cluster of lights gradually resolving into the unmistakable outlines of a small settlement. As they approached, Thomas recognized the weathered sign of Murphy's Trading Post, a humble establishment that served as way station, general store, an informal gathering place for travelers and the scattered homesteaders who carved their existence from the challenging landscape of the silent plains. A few horses stood hitched outside, and warm light spilled from windows yellowed with age and tobacco smoke. Thomas dismounted stiffly, his muscles protesting after the long day's ride. He led Sadie to the water trough, allowing her to drink before securing her beside the other horses. As he climbed the worn wooden steps to the trading post's covered porch, the door swung open, releasing a momentary surge of conversation and warmth. A man stepped out, pausing when he noticed Thomas. Even in the dim light, the silver star pinned to his vest identified him as some form of law enforcement. "Evening," the man greeted, his voice carrying the gravelly texture of age and tobacco. "You look like you've had a long ride." Thomas nodded, removing his hat as a gesture of respect. "Thomas Morgan. I got turned around out there on the plains. Took me longer than expected to find this place." The older man's weathered face creased in a sympathetic smile. He appeared to be in his 60s, with a thick white mustache and eyes that retained their sharpness despite the crow's feet that framed them. "Sheriff Emmett Walsh, retired," he introduced himself, extending a calloused hand. Though folks around here still use the title, old habits. They shook hands, and Thomas felt immediate kinship with the former lawman. Men who had lived lives of service on the frontier often recognized kindred spirits. "Glad to meet you, Sheriff. I was beginning to think I'd be spending the night under the stars." Walsh nodded, glancing past Thomas at the vast darkness of the plains beyond. "Not many find their way here after dark without knowing the route already. The silent plains have a way of confusing even experienced travelers. Must have had good fortune on your side." Thomas hesitated, unsure whether to mention his strange encounter. After a moment's consideration, he decided there was no harm in asking. "Actually, I followed a light. Someone carrying a lantern across the plains. Peculiar fellow, didn't say a word. just pointed me in this direction and went on his way. The change in Walsh's expression was subtle but immediate, a slight widening of the eyes, a momentary stillness. "Describe him," the older man requested, his tone carefully neutral. "Couldn't see much," Thomas admitted. "Frontier clothes, nothing distinctive. Had a beard with some grey in it, kept his hat pulled low, carried an old railroad lantern." Walsh was silent for a long moment, then gestured toward a pair of rocking chairs at the far end of the porch. "Might want to sit a spell before heading inside. Sounds like you've had a more interesting journey than most." Curious now, Thomas followed the retired sheriff to the chairs. They settled into the well-worn seats, the gentle creaking of wood creating a soothing rhythm as they began to rock. Walsh produced a pipe from his vest pocket and went through the deliberate ritual of filling and lighting it, the sweet scent of tobacco soon drifting between them. "You saw the lantern man," Walsh stated finally, his tone making it clear this was not a question but a recognition of something significant. "He appears to travelers lost on the silent plains, especially those in danger, though most don't realize the danger until later, when they consider where they might have ended up without guidance." Thomas frowned, absorbing this information with cautious skepticism. He had encountered many frontier legends during his years of travel, most embellished beyond recognition with each retelling. "A ghost story?" he asked, careful to keep his tone respectful rather than dismissive. Walsh puffed thoughtfully on his pipe, gazing out at the darkness. "Call it what you will. Stories about him go back to before my time, and I've been here 43 years come spring. Some say he was a cavalry scout who died guiding settlers through a blizzard. Others claim he was a homesteader who lost his family when they couldn't find shelter during a sudden storm. All agree he appears to those who are lost, carrying that railroad lantern, and guides them to safety." Without speaking, Thomas added, recalling the silent figure who had merely pointed the way. "Never speaks," Walsh confirmed, "just appears, shows the way, and vanishes." He turned to study Thomas with renewed interest. "Most consider it a blessing to encounter him. Means you were in more danger than you realized." Thomas considered this, recalling the growing darkness, his uncertainty about their location, the coyotes trailing behind them. "I suppose we might have been," he acknowledged, "though I've spent nights on the open plains before." "Silent plains are different," Walsh responded, tapping his pipe against the arm of the rocking chair to emphasize his point. "They disorient even those with good directional sense. Come morning you might have found yourself miles from any shelter, water running low, horse exhausted. I've seen strong men humbled by these plains, Mr. Morgan." They sat in companionable silence for a few minutes, each lost in his own thoughts. Thomas found himself replaying the encounter, searching his memory for details that might confirm or refute the supernatural explanation. The figure had seemed solid enough, the lantern light real and warm, yet the way he moved, the manner of his disappearance, his utter silence, these details resisted rational explanation. "I'm not one for ghost stories, Sheriff," Thomas finally said. "But I'm grateful for the guidance, whatever its source." Walsh nodded, respecting Thomas's measured response. "That's wisdom enough for anyone," he agreed. "Now, let's head inside. Martha Murphy makes the best rabbit stew this side of the Grizzlies, and there's usually a free corner where travelers can spread their bedrolls for the night." As they rose to enter the trading post, a faint sound caught Thomas's attention. The mournful howl of a lone wolf, distant but clear in the still night air. Not a coyote this time, but something larger. Its call somehow both melancholy and comforting as it echoed across the silent plains. The interior of Murphy's trading post offered welcome contrast to the vast emptiness outside. Though modest in size, the main room served multiple purposes, with frontier efficiency, general store along one wall, informal dining area with several rough-hewn tables in the center, and a small bar in the corner where a few locals nursed whiskies while exchanging the day's news. A robust woman in her 50s with streaks of grey in her dark hair and permanently flushed cheeks greeted Thomas with practiced hospitality, ladling generous portions of rabbit stew into wooden bowls. Walsh introduced him to the handful of other patrons, a pair of cattle drivers, an elderly trapper, and a young homesteader named Jacob Miller. They welcomed Thomas with the easy camaraderie of frontier folk, their initial curiosity quickly satisfied by his brief account of being a surveyor working for a development company assessing potential railroad expansions. Only when Martha brought coffee, strong enough to stand a spoon in, as Walsh jokingly observed, did the retired sheriff casually mention Thomas's encounter on the plains. "Morgan here saw the lantern man this evening," he stated between sips of the scalding brew. "Guided him straight to our doorstep." The effect of this seemingly casual remark was immediate and striking. Conversation ceased, all eyes turning toward Thomas with expressions ranging from skepticism to reverence. Jacob Miller, the young homesteader, made the sign of the cross almost instinctively, while the elderly trapper nodded as if something significant had been confirmed. "You're blessed, mister," Martha said, her matter-of-fact tone suggesting absolute conviction. That light saved more lives than any lighthouse on the coast. Thomas shifted uncomfortably under the collective gaze. "I simply followed a light in the distance," he clarified. Seemed the sensible thing to do. The elderly trapper, who had introduced himself simply as Coleman, leaned forward, his rheumy eyes intent. "Did he look at you direct?" he asked. "Did you see his eyes?" Thomas shook his head. His hat brim shadowed his face. He just pointed toward the trading post and continued on his way. Coleman nodded, apparently satisfied with this response. "That's him all right. Never looks at you straight on, never speaks a word, just shows the way and keeps walking." He took a long drink of coffee before adding, "Saw him myself back in '78 during that terrible winter. Would have frozen to death if he hadn't led me to a line shack I didn't even know existed." Similar testimonials followed. Walsh's cousin guided away from a flash flood, a mail carrier who had avoided a gang of outlaws, a family of settlers redirected just before a prairie fire swept through the area where they had intended to camp. Each account was delivered with such straightforward conviction that Thomas found his skepticism gradually eroding, though he maintained a cautious perspective on the collective belief in the spectral guide. As the evening progressed, customers gradually departed until only Thomas, Walsh, and Martha remained. Thomas had secured permission to spread his bedroll in a corner of the store, a common arrangement for travelers passing through. Martha busied herself with closing duties, while Walsh lingered over a final cup of coffee. "You're not convinced," the retired sheriff observed quietly, his shrewd eyes studying Thomas's expression. "About the lantern man." Thomas considered his response carefully, not wanting to dismiss beliefs clearly important to the local community. "I saw someone carrying a lantern who pointed me in the right direction," he acknowledged. "Beyond that, I prefer to suspend judgment." Walsh nodded, respecting Thomas's measured response. "Fair enough. Though I'll tell you something not everyone knows." He glanced toward Martha, ensuring she was occupied elsewhere before continuing in a lower voice. "Back when I was still wearing the badge officially, we had reports of 3 men robbing homesteads across the territory. Vicious types. Killed a farmer and his son over at Dixon's Creek. Left the wife for dead, though she survived to describe them." Thomas leaned forward slightly, drawn in by the shift in Walsh's demeanor. This wasn't frontier mythology, but recent history from a credible source. We tracked them for days, Walsh continued, finally determined they'd headed into the Silent Plains, probably aiming for the border territories where they could disappear. Night fell before we could catch up, and a heavy fog rolled in, unusual for that time of year. My posse wanted to make camp, try again at first light, but I pushed on, following what I thought was their trail. He paused, rotating his coffee cup slowly between weathered hands. Soon realized I'd separated from my men, couldn't see more than 10 feet in any direction, and that's when I saw it. A lantern moving through the fog. Followed it, assuming it was one of my deputies. Led me straight to those 3 outlaws, caught them sleeping around their campfire. Thomas raised an eyebrow. Fortunate coincidence. Walsh's expression remained solemn. That's what I thought too, until I turned to thank whoever had been carrying the lantern. No one there, just empty plains and fog. Later, when my posse caught up, they said they'd been calling my name for hours, shooting their revolvers to help me locate them. I never heard a sound. The retired sheriff fixed Thomas with a steady gaze. I'm not a fanciful man, Mr. Morgan. Spent 30 years enforcing practical laws in unforgiving territory. But some things defy ordinary explanation. And that lantern is one of them. Thomas nodded thoughtfully, finding no reason to doubt Walsh's sincerity. I appreciate you sharing that, Sheriff. Gives me something to consider. Their conversation might have continued, but it was interrupted by scratching at the trading post's door, followed by a low, plaintive whine. Martha paused in her sweeping, frowning toward the entrance. That stray's back again, she observed. Been hanging around for the past week. Walsh rose, moving to open the door. No harm in the poor creature, he said mildly. Probably hungry is all. As the door swung open, Thomas caught sight of a medium-sized dog with a shaggy coat of mottled brown and grey. It stood hesitantly on the threshold, neither fully entering nor retreating, its intelligent eyes scanning the room's occupants with what seemed like deliberate assessment. Come on then, Walsh encouraged, stepping aside to allow the animal entry. Martha's got some stew scraps you can have. The dog entered cautiously, maintaining a respectful distance from the humans, while clearly interested in the promised food. Martha disappeared briefly into the back room, returning with a small bowl of leftovers, which she placed on the floor near the wood stove. The animal approached gradually, sniffing the offering before beginning to eat with dignified restraint rather than desperate hunger. He's not starving, Thomas observed, just opportunistic. Martha nodded. Been feeding him when he shows up. Tried to pet him once, but he won't allow it. Independent sort. Thomas studied the dog with professional interest, noting its sturdy build and alert posture. Though obviously not purebred, it showed characteristics of breeds developed for endurance and intelligence, useful traits for survival in harsh territories. Looks like he might have some cattle dog in him, he commented. Good stock. Walsh resumed his seat, watching the animal with casual interest. First showed up after the Wilkins family passed through heading west, he noted. Thought he might belong to them, but Jacob Miller says he saw the same dog out by his place days before the Wilkins arrived. Just appeared out of nowhere, seemingly. The dog, having finished its meal, settled onto its haunches near the door, maintaining that same careful distance from the humans while showing no inclination to leave. Its gaze moved between them with an almost unnerving attentiveness, as if following their conversation despite obvious inability to comprehend human language. You ever name him? Thomas asked, directing the question to both Martha and Walsh. Martha shook her head. Doesn't seem right naming something that's not yours. We just call him the Stray. The conversation turned to other matters as Martha completed her closing routine, banking the fire in the stove and adjusting lamps to conserve oil without plunging the trading post into complete darkness. Walsh finally rose to depart, pausing beside Thomas to offer a parting observation. "If you're surveying these territories, you'll be spending plenty of time on the silent plains," he noted. "Keep an eye out for that lantern if you find yourself lost after dark, and remember, following it never led anyone astray." With that piece of advice, the retired sheriff bid them good night and departed into the darkness, leaving Thomas to prepare his simple sleeping arrangements in the designated corner. Martha retired to her private quarters at the back of the building, and the trading post settled into nighttime quietude, punctuated only by the occasional crack from the wood stove as its embers cooled. Thomas spread his bedroll and settled in, tired muscles gradually relaxing after the long day's exertions. The stray remained by the door, apparently content to spend the night inside rather than facing the vast darkness of the plains. As Thomas drifted towards sleep, his last conscious observation was of the dog's eyes reflecting the dim lamplight. Watchful, intelligent, somehow reassuring in their steady vigilance. Morning arrived with the soft golden light characteristic of early autumn in the plains territories. Thomas woke to the sounds and smells of Martha preparing breakfast. Coffee bubbling in a large pot on the stove, thick slices of salt pork sizzling in cast iron, the distinctive aroma of johnny cakes cooking on a griddle. The trading post gradually came to life as locals began arriving for their morning coffee and conversation. The stray had disappeared sometime during the night or early morning, the only evidence of its presence being the empty bowl still sitting by the stove. Thomas found himself oddly disappointed by the animal's absence, though he recognized the irrationality of forming attachment to a creature encountered so briefly. After a hearty breakfast, for which Martha firmly refused payment, "First meal's always on the house for travelers," she insisted, Thomas gathered his belongings and prepared to continue his journey. His surveying work would take him northwest across the silent plains toward a region being considered for future settlement. Walsh had provided valuable information about water sources and terrain features to expect along the way, knowledge that would complement Thomas's maps and instruments. Standing on the trading post's porch, Thomas paused to consult his compass and get his bearings in the morning light. The plains stretched before him, the endless sea of grass now revealed in all its subtle variety. Patches of different species creating a mosaic of greens and golds that shifted with each breath of wind. In daylight, the landscape that had seemed so featureless and threatening by night now appeared almost welcoming, its vastness inspiring rather than intimidating. As he secured his saddlebags and prepared to mount, Thomas noticed a familiar form sitting about 30 yards from the trading post. The stray dog, watching him with those same intelligent eyes. When their gazes met, the animal rose and took several steps forward before stopping, its posture suggesting expectation rather than coincidence. "Made a friend, I see," Martha observed, appearing in the doorway with a cloth-wrapped package in her hands. "Here, some jerky and biscuits for your noon meal. Plains get mighty empty out where you're headed." Thomas accepted the provisions gratefully, noting how the dog's attention remained fixed on him rather than the food or Martha. "Has he followed other travelers before?" he asked. Martha considered this, her brow furrowing slightly. "Can't say that he has. Stays around the trading post mostly, comes and goes as he pleases." She studied the stray with renewed interest. "Seems he's taken a particular shine to you, Mr. Morgan." Thomas finished his preparations, still aware of the dog's unwavering attention. On impulse, he whistled softly. Not a command, just an acknowledgement of the animal's presence. The stray's ears pricked forward, but it made no move to approach. "Well, I'd best be on my way," Thomas said, mounting Sadie with practiced ease. "Much obliged for the hospitality, Mrs. Murphy." "Travel safe," she responded, "and remember what Emmett told you about that lantern. Frontier offers help in strange ways sometime." With a final nod of appreciation, Thomas urged Sadie forward, setting a course northwest across the silent plains. They had traveled perhaps 50 yards when he heard the soft padding of feet behind them. Glancing back, he discovered the stray following at a respectful distance, maintaining a steady pace that matched Sadie's walk. Thomas reined in, turning in the saddle to address the animal directly. "I'm not sure where you think we're going, boy, but it's a long journey through open country. Best you stay where there's regular meals and shelter." The dog sat, meeting Thomas's gaze with what seemed like determined patience. When Thomas resumed riding, the animal followed once again, maintaining that same measured distance, close enough to be clearly accompanying them, far enough to show independence. After the third such exchange, Thomas gave up his attempts at dissuasion. "Suit yourself," he told the stray with a mixture of amusement and resignation. "But don't come complaining when we're camping in the open with nothing but jerky for supper." They settled into a companionable rhythm as the morning progressed, Sadie maintaining a steady walk across terrain that alternated between level grassland and gently rolling swells. The stray ranged alongside their path, sometimes moving ahead to investigate interesting scents, sometimes dropping behind to examine something Thomas had passed, but always returning to that same position. A self-pointed escort, neither too familiar nor too distant. By midday, when Thomas paused to rest Sadie and eat some of Martha's provisions, he found himself automatically setting aside a portion of jerky for the dog. The stray accepted the offering with dignified appreciation, maintaining a respectful distance while eating, then settling nearby as Thomas consulted his compass and made additional notes in his journal. "You'll need a name if you're planning to stick around," Thomas observed, studying the animal thoughtfully. The dog's ears twitched at the sound of his voice, intelligent eyes meeting his with what seemed like consideration. "Scout," Thomas decided after a moment, "seems fitting given the circumstances." Whether by coincidence or understanding, the newly named Scout's tail swept once across the grass in what might have been approval. Thomas chuckled, shaking his head at his own fancy in attributing human comprehension to an animal, however intelligent it might seem. They continued northwest throughout the afternoon, the vast emptiness of the silent plains broken only occasionally by scattered stands of cottonwood, marking seasonal watercourses, most dry at this time of year. Thomas made careful note of these potential water sources, knowing their importance for any future settlement considerations. Scout proved unexpectedly useful during these investigations, his behavior often indicating whether water might be found by digging beneath seemingly dry creek beds. He would either sniff with particular interest, sometimes pawing at the ground, or merely give cursory attention before moving on. As the sun began its westward descent, Thomas started looking for a suitable campsite for the night. He eventually settled on a spot near a small copse of cottonwoods that marked a seasonal stream, currently reduced to a series of small pools but still providing water for both horse and travelers. The routine of making camp came naturally after years of frontier travel. Thomas unsaddled Sadie and rubbed her down before securing her with a long tether that allowed grazing access to both grass and water. He gathered dried wood from beneath the cottonwoods, arranged stones for a small fire pit, and laid out his bedroll in a position that balanced proximity to the coming fire's warmth with strategic views of the surrounding plains. Scout observed these preparations with evident interest, occasionally disappearing into the surrounding grasses only to return minutes later, seemingly patrolling their perimeter. As twilight deepened into dusk, Thomas struck a match to light his carefully constructed fire, the small flame quickly catching and growing into a cheerful blaze that pushed back the gathering darkness. "Not exactly the accommodations at Murphy's trading post," Thomas remarked to Scout as he prepared a simple meal of jerky, dried beans reconstituted in water, and the last of Martha's biscuits. "But I've had worse, and so have you, I'd wager." The dog settled across the fire from Thomas, accepting his share of the meal with the same dignified restraint he had shown earlier. As darkness claimed the plains completely, the campfire became an island of light and warmth in an ocean of cool emptiness. Stars emerged overhead in their thousands, the Milky Way a brilliant swath across the darkened sky, more clearly visible here than anywhere Thomas had ever traveled. Scout rose suddenly, his attention fixed on the darkness beyond their firelight. A low growl vibrated in his throat, not aggressive but alerting. Thomas reached instinctively for the revolver beside his bedroll, scanning the night for whatever had triggered the dog's response. "What is it, boy?" he asked quietly, straining to detect any movement in the surrounding darkness. For several tense moments, nothing disturbed the stillness. Then Thomas perceived a faint sound, the melodic jingling of metal against metal, like bridle chains or spurs, but distant and somehow muffled despite the night's perfect acoustic clarity. Scout's growl deepened briefly, then subsided as the sound gradually faded without any visible source ever materializing. Thomas remained alert for several more minutes before finally relaxing his vigilance, though he noted Scout continued to stare intently into the darkness long after the sound had disappeared. "Just passing travelers, most likely," Thomas murmured, as much to reassure himself as the dog. "Sound carries strangely out here on the plains." Sleep came gradually, the familiar sounds of night enfolding Thomas like an old blanket. The soft popping of the fire, Sadie's occasional shifting and snorting, the distant call of coyotes, and the ever-present whisper of wind through the endless sea of grass. His last conscious awareness was of Scout still maintaining that watchful posture, a silent sentinel between their small camp and whatever mysteries the vast plains might harbor. Thomas dreamed of lanterns moving across darkened landscapes, sometimes single points of light, sometimes entire processions. In the fluid logic of dreams, he was simultaneously observer and participant, following mysterious illuminations while carrying his own light through territories that shifted between recognizable plains and strange, otherworldly topographies. He woke shortly before dawn, the fire reduced to glowing embers that provided minimal warmth against the pre-dawn chill. Scout was no longer beside the fire but stood about 20 yards away, his attention fixed on the eastern horizon where the first faint lightning announced the coming sunrise. Thomas watched the dog's silhouette, struck by how the animal seemed less to be observing the dawn than waiting for it with deliberate patience. When the first direct rays of sunlight finally breached the horizon, Scout returned to the campsite, appearing somehow satisfied, as if the sun's reappearance had confirmed something important. Thomas shook his head, smiling at his tendency to attribute human motivations to animal behavior. "Morning rituals, is it?" he asked as he rekindled the fire for coffee. "We all have our habits, I suppose." They resumed their journey after a simple breakfast, making good progress across the rolling terrain. By mid-afternoon, Thomas noted subtle changes in the landscape ahead, the first indications of transition from pure plains to the more varied topography that marked their destination. Scattered stands of trees appeared more frequently, watercourses showed evidence of more constant flow, and distant elevations gradually resolved into distinct foothills. As evening approached again, They established camp near a small stream flowing eastward from the distant hills. With practiced efficiency, Thomas created their shelter for the night, building a substantial fire against the gathering chill. Scout maintained his now familiar pattern of watchful companionship, settling across the flames from Thomas with that same dignified patience that had characterized their brief but meaningful partnership. Night settled around them, stars emerging in breathtaking clarity overhead. Thomas found himself contemplating the strange sequence of events that had brought him to this moment. The mysterious lantern that had guided him to safety, Walsh's stories about the spectral guide who protected travelers in the Silent Plains, and now this unusual dog who had chosen to accompany him for reasons known only to itself. Strange country, the Silent Plains, Thomas remarked to Scout, who watched him with those intelligent eyes that seemed to understand more than an animal should. Strange in ways that defy simple explanation. As if in response to his musings, Thomas noticed a distant point of light moving slowly across the plains to the east. That same unmistakable glow of the railroad lantern he had followed 2 nights before. It traveled with that same measured pace, the distinctive blue-white illumination cutting through the darkness with unnatural clarity. Scout rose immediately, his posture alert but not alarmed. The dog moved to stand at Thomas's side, watching the distant light with what seemed like recognition. Thomas felt no fear this time, only curiosity and a strange sense of connection to whatever or whoever carried that guiding lantern across the endless grasslands. "Your friend too, is he?" Thomas asked Scout quietly. "Is that why you're here? Some connection to that light?" The distant lantern continued its steady progress parallel to their position, never approaching directly but maintaining a course that seemed to acknowledge their presence without intruding upon it. Thomas watched, fascinated by the silent communication this represented. A recognition across distance. A shared awareness of purpose in this vast, empty landscape. After perhaps 10 minutes, the light gradually faded from view, not by increasing distance, but by some quality of diminishment that suggested transition between states of being rather than physical movement beyond visual range. Thomas remained standing for several minutes after it disappeared, contemplating the significance of this third encounter with the mysterious guide. "Keeping watch over us," he finally concluded, returning to his place by the fire. "Making sure we're safe, perhaps." Scout settled once more across the flames, his vigilant presence somehow connecting Thomas to both the physical reality of their small camp and the more mysterious dimensions that seemed to permeate the Silent Plains. The dog's companionship bridged these worlds, offering practical protection while simultaneously acknowledging the less tangible aspects of their journey. As Thomas prepared for sleep, arranging his bedroll near the fire and checking Sadie's tether one final time, he felt a profound sense of peace, despite, or perhaps because of, the unexplained phenomena that had characterized their journey. The frontier had always contained mysteries alongside its physical challenges. Those who survived and thrived in such territories learned to respect both equally. "Good night, Scout," Thomas said as he settled beneath his blanket. "Keep watch if you're of a mind to. I suspect nothing will trouble us tonight." He drifted into sleep with unusual ease, the familiar sounds of the plains creating a soothing backdrop to his rest. The soft crackle of the fire, the occasional snort from Sadie as she grazed nearby, the distant calls of night creatures going about their business beneath the star-filled sky. His dreams were peaceful, filled with gentle light and open spaces, rather than the tension that often characterized sleep in frontier territories. Thomas woke to the first grey light of dawn, feeling more rested than he had in many days. Scout was already at his customary position, facing east, watching for the sun's appearance with that same focused attention Thomas had observed the previous morning. The dog's silhouette against the lightening sky created an image of patient watchfulness that seemed to embody the spirit of these vast, open territories. Their final day of travel proceeded smoothly across landscapes that gradually transitioned from pure plains to the more varied topography of their destination. By late afternoon, they reached the area Thomas had been tasked with surveying, a promising valley where a small settlement might eventually take root, nestled between protective hills with a constant water source flowing through its center. As they crested the final rise overlooking this potential development site, Thomas reined in Sadie to appreciate the view. The valley spread below them in natural perfection, lush grasses indicating fertile soil, a clear stream winding through its center, scattered stands of trees offering both building materials and windbreaks for future structures. From a surveyor's perspective, it represented ideal conditions for human habitation. "This is it, Scout," Thomas said, gesturing toward the valley. "This is what I'll be mapping and documenting for the next several weeks. Not a bad spot for a town, I'll grant you that." Scout studied the landscape with the same careful attention he had shown to other significant features during their journey. After several moments of apparent assessment, the dog looked up at Thomas with an expression that seemed to communicate acceptance of both the location and the purpose that had brought them here. As evening approached, they descended into the valley to establish their base camp near the stream. Thomas would spend at least 3 weeks here, creating detailed maps, testing soil samples, documenting water flow throughout the property, and assessing potential routes for roads that might eventually connect this settlement to larger communities like Armadillo in the south or Blackwater to the east. Camp established with practiced efficiency, Thomas sat beside their evening fire, reviewing his notes and planning the following day's activities. Scout maintained his customary position across the flames, watchful but relaxed in this new territory that would be their home for the coming weeks. "I suppose I should thank you," Thomas said after completing his review, "for choosing to accompany me. Makes the journey less solitary, having someone to talk to, even if you can't answer back in ways I'd understand." The dog regarded him steadily, those intelligent eyes reflecting firelight in ways that suggested deeper comprehension than ordinary animal awareness might permit. Their unusual partnership had formed without negotiation or formal agreement, yet it felt as natural and appropriate as any human companionship Thomas had experienced in his years of frontier travel. As full darkness settled around them, the familiar sounds of night emerged, water flowing in the nearby stream, insects chirping in the surrounding grasses, the soft whisper of wind moving through the valley. Thomas added fuel to their fire, ensuring steady illumination against the profound darkness of the surrounding landscape. He had nearly completed his preparations for the next day's work when Scout rose suddenly, attention fixed toward the eastern ridge they had crossed earlier. No growl emerged, only alert attention to something beyond Thomas's perception. Following the dog's gaze, Thomas initially saw nothing unusual in the darkness beyond their firelight. Then, gradually, he perceived what had captured Scout's attention. A distant point of golden illumination atop the ridge, unmistakably similar to the railroad lantern they had followed during their journey across the silent plains. It remained stationary this time, a sentinel presence overlooking the valley rather than a guide in motion. "The lantern man," Thomas acknowledged quietly, no longer questioning the reality of what they observed. "Come to see us safely arrived, I'd wager." As if in response to this recognition, the distant light flickered briefly before steadying once more, a subtle acknowledgement across the darkness. Scout whined softly, not with distress, but what seemed almost like greeting. recognizing a familiar presence despite the distance separating them. For nearly 10 minutes, the light remained visible on the ridge, a silent witness to their arrival and establishment in the valley. Then, with one final brightening that momentarily illuminated the surrounding landscape, it vanished, not gradually fading with distance, but disappearing between one heartbeat and the next, as if passing through some invisible doorway into another realm entirely. "Goodbye, then," Thomas murmured toward the now empty ridge, "and thank you for the guidance." Scout settled once more beside the fire, appearing satisfied with this conclusion to their journey. The dog's relaxed posture suggested safety in their current location, a respite from the vigilance that had characterized their travels across the silent plains. Whatever connection existed between Scout and the mysterious lantern-bearer, it apparently included shared understanding of their successful arrival at their destination. As Thomas prepared for sleep that night, spreading his bedroll beside the cheerful fire, he found himself reflecting on the extraordinary sequence of events that had characterized their journey. The mysterious guide who had led him to Murphy's trading post when lost in darkness. The stories shared by Walsh and others about the Lantern Man's protective presence throughout the territory's history. Scout's unexpected appearance and decision to accompany their travels, providing both practical assistance and unexplained connection to forces beyond ordinary perception. The frontier contains more mysteries than most people recognize, Thomas observed to Scout as the dog settled nearby for the night. Perhaps that's why some of us are drawn to it, not despite its unknowns, but because of them. Scout's eyes reflected firelight as he regarded Thomas with what seemed like agreement, before finally closing in contented rest. Their partnership had formed through circumstances that defied simple explanation, yet felt as natural and appropriate as any human companionship Thomas had experienced in his years of frontier travel. As sleep claimed him beneath the vast canopy of stars, Thomas's final conscious thought acknowledged the profound gratitude he felt, not merely for physical safety in dangerous territories, but for the reminder that existence contained dimensions beyond ordinary perception. The silent plains had offered both challenge and blessing, danger and protection, isolation and unexpected companionship. The railroad would eventually come through these territories, bringing settlement and civilization that would transform the landscape. Towns would rise where only grass now grew, connecting previously isolated regions into networks of commerce and communication. Yet something would remain, something essential about these vast open spaces that resisted complete domestication by human enterprise. And perhaps, Thomas thought as consciousness faded into dream, the Lantern Man would continue his silent vigil across the changing landscape, guiding lost travelers towards safety, just as he had done for generations past. Not a ghost exactly, but a guardian spirit of the plains themselves, a manifestation of the land's own awareness, its own desire to protect those who traversed its vast and beautiful emptiness with appropriate humility and respect. In the morning, they would begin the practical work of documenting and measuring, translating natural beauty into the precise language of maps and surveys that would facilitate human development. But tonight, beneath the incredible canopy of stars that only truly open spaces could reveal in their full magnificence, Thomas Morgan and his unusual companion rested in the profound peace that comes from journey's end, and from the knowledge that some mysteries need not be solved to be appreciated. Some guides need not be fully understood to be followed with trust, toward destinations not yet known, but somehow right. The distant howl of a lone wolf echoed across the valley, not threatening but affirming, a reminder that wildness and wonder remained essential qualities of territories not yet fully claimed by human enterprise. Scout's ears twitched slightly at the sound, the dog remained peacefully at rest, secure in their chosen location and in the partnership that had brought them safely through the vast, mysterious expanse of the silent plains. And so, partner, as our tale rides off into the sunset, it's time for you to rest your weary bones beneath the endless prairie sky. Let the sounds of the west be your lullaby tonight, from the gentle crackle of the campfire to the soft prairie winds and the distant song of nightbirds, all flowing uninterrupted, with no advertisements to break the peace of your slumber. Sweet dreams, cowpoke, and may your trail lead to peaceful pastures tonight.